of these little g gods in the Bible. And so really it's all true. It's just a matter of who are these people. And then, you know, once you understand that the 200 Watchers fell Mount Hermon and that their offspring became the Nephilim, people get that mixed up, but we can talk about that. But we can get all into that, and it's a very misunderstood subject, but it's absolutely true. You know, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't find all the things that I find. You know, I wouldn't be able to go out and find big giants, you know, out in the world, and lots of them, not just one or two, and not just small ones, big giants, big ones. You know, the very first giant I found. Oh, I swear, it's easily 80 to 100 feet tall. And so, and the coolest thing about that is I proved he was real by finding his spine and his pelvis. And, you know, as you well know, there's no reason a statue would have a spine and a pelvis inside it. So that pretty much proved that giant dude standing against the mountain was real.
Let me do one thing real quick. And I don't mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I want to welcome my people. I know we 10 minutes behind. I have John Hoskins with me. I'm not gonna give a long intro, y'all, because I know y'all waiting for it, and he's already in a good mode where I don't want to stop him because I want him to just be comfortable. So I'm gonna do this intro. John, real quick, it's gonna be quick and pick up where you left off, man. And you just like we were talking on the thing, you know, and when you stop, I'll ask a question and all that. And by the way, everyone, I think this is John's first time, so keep that in mind. You know, we want to make it comfortable for him and everything. So, yeah, John, this is gonna be a very easy thing. You're gonna be able to share all of your ideas. I have your slides ready, and you're gonna be doing your thing, man. So just get ready to teach us. You do this all the time. Just, you know, relax. It's just in front of a crowd now. Ignore the chat room and just focus on, you know, your research and disseminating that. And you guys have an open mind. And if you have any good questions, send in a super chat or either at me in the chat room. I want to clap it up for John. He's the first mud fossil researcher that I've interviewed since Jerry DeCamp. Are you familiar with Jerry DeCamp, John?
I'm not. My name is Joe, J-O-E, Joe.
Okay. But, Joe Hoskins. I'm sorry.
What did you say his name was? Jerry?
Jerry DeCamp. He's big on the mud fossils and meltology as well.
Well, that's cool. I have not ran into that.
Can I ask you this then? Are you familiar with the meltology community, and do often the mud fossil community merge with the meltologists?
I'm vaguely familiar. Of course, I'm familiar with the mud fossil community, but the meltology, that's a little bit new to me. I get the premise, you know, and I've seen evidence of some stuff like that. But I don't know that it's absolutely everywhere, but you know, everything has a basis in something, and so it's worth looking at for sure.
That's what's up. Hey, Joe, do you want to give a little brief intro? Tell the people a little bit about yourself, man, and what got started, sure. And then you can talk to them about how the Bible inspired, because I know that when we deal with petrified giants, a lot of people have a biblical inspiration as well. If you're one of those, then by all means go into that as well. Take your time. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I could start there, because you have to kind of start there. But my name is Joe Hoskins. I'm a researcher explorer, and for probably the past 20 years, I've studied giants, mud fossil giants, and real giants, and the pre-flood world. And so what I ended up finding, just kind of quite by accident, is and it's been nearly 20 years ago, but I found this giant while I was working for a friend of mine against a mountainside down in East Tennessee. And this thing was enormous. And you could tell that it was a giant man standing against the mountainside. And I had just been studying about that, I've been researching the Book of Enoch.
Okay.
And so I went and I took some pictures of this giant, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened there that was really weird, but I'm going to stay focused on the giant.
All right.
But the thing was enormous, nearly 80 feet tall, between 80 and 100 feet. And I've got a picture in there somewhere of that thing. And again, the part that made that cool was when I looked on the internet, anybody can pull this place up. It's called the Devil's Looking Glass.
Okay,
The Devil's Looking Glass, and it's in Irwin, Tennessee. And it's an actual kind of a spot. And the local lore about that place is that if you go there at night, you can see 7 faces of the devil, in the moonlight. Really, what they're seeing there are mud fossil giants. And so what I did was happen to go there during the day and took some pictures during the day of that giant. And when I got there, some of him had crumbled away. And so what I caught was his spine and his pelvis, which is really remarkable, because that just proves that he was real. And of course, from then it was on, from then on I knew, well, man, these things are real. And if that giant is there, they could be all over the place, Mm-hmm. But the whole point is you got to be able to prove they're real, because, anybody's just going to say, oh, well, that's just a mountain that looks like a man.
Well, I'll present some of my things that make me skeptical, but first I want you to let it continue. I'm interested in your beginning journey. Go right ahead.
Well, and it's completely fair, because when you just on its face, I understand it. Believe me, and I completely believe in giants because I found them, and man, when I tell you the real truth about it, it can be scary. But I understand why people have a hard time with it on its face, because it seems just too fantastic. But when you get to thinking about that too long, you can move over to Baalbek, Lebanon, and ask yourself, well, who quarried those enormous stones that we can't quarry today? So what we find is all over the world there are these giant places, which I found those, and they're made, and we couldn't make them today just simply because of the scale. So slowly, as the fog lifts, you begin to realize that there was a huge race of giants. And this is the race that was judged by the flood. And the reason they were judged is they started out and men tried to placate them. There was a time when the giants and regular sized men coexisted. Then the giants became too many and took over. And there was a time where men tried to and just feed them, where they tried to coexist. Well, then there just came a time where the giants began to eat the people. And there it was, So to be honest with you, it's very hard to find any real accounts of the giants in history that don't involve cannibalism. And so that's something that's disturbing. This lets you know the nature of these beings. And so this is why it's not necessarily so much fun to jump into it, especially when you get into who the giants become when they're slain. When you slay the giants, they're not eligible to go to heaven, because they were not intended to be created. They were created, in an act of defiance. And so when a giant is slain, their spirit becomes what we know as a demon. And so this is why demons are so voracious. The giants are so used to winning. They're the first bullies, huge. And you can imagine if you're, 20, 30, 50 feet tall, things are going your way. You know what I mean? If you're around regular sized people. So this is what happened. So anyway, it's a fascinating story, and it's all real, and people just can't believe it. But I find examples of giants all over the world, and what it does is it just causes you to take pause and realize that there are parts of the Bible that when you're going to church, they just kind of skip over pretty quick. Genesis chapter 6, which talks about, these fallen angels who descended and did this thing. And by the way, they all knew it was wrong. These angels, they called them the watchers. And that's something you got to understand. God, the Bible is absolutely true, but it's our story. No book could contain all of God's creation, because there was, obviously, God has no beginning, so his creation we can't say when it began. But certainly the Bible's our story. But these angels who chose to rebel, they descended on Mount Hermon, and what they did is they tried to do it all legal, because back in that day, there were dowries, and when you wanted to marry someone's daughter, you went to her father and you said, I want to marry your daughter, and I can give you this, and things are going to be wonderful. And so they actually did this legally. But what they presented to these fathers were things like advanced technology and things like this that were not intended for mankind yet. But so they're breaking all kinds of rules here to get what they want, which are these women. And then once they consummate that, and fallen angels can appear as humans, and people wonder how that works. So they mated with these women, and their offspring became the Nephilim, who are the giants. One of the traits could be that they were giant, but they're supernatural,
Well, one of the things, there may be many different interpretations on what giants were, who they were, and I hear your interpretation. It's an interesting one. But one thing is for sure, the petrified giant discussion is different than one's interpretation of how the existence of giants may have been in the past, because I think giants existed myself, but I don't think that they could ever be the size of a continent or the size of, I think that's just kind of going way, but I do think that there's huge doors like what we find in Tartaria and stuff that kind of suggest that yeah.
That's something that I have a hard time understanding too. But I'll put it to you this way. I found a mountaintop there somewhere, one of those shots I sent you. And the more I looked at it, I realized it was a head of a titan. And this thing, they have this look. They can seem vaguely human, but this thing, you can tell it was some sort of other creature, maybe some sort of reptilian rock-like thing. But it's obviously a head. And when I measured that thing, it was over, I believe it was 3,700 meters, the head of this thing. So when you think about that, 3,000 meters is an enormous head, And there it is, and this could be left over from earlier times, and there's a real good way I break it down. There's a good line to draw there in the flood. The pre-flood giants were larger than the post-flood giants because the atmosphere obviously was different in the pre-flood world. There was more oxygen, way more oxygen in the pre-flood world. That's why dragonflies are 3 feet wide in the pre-flood world. And so everything grew big in the pre-flood world, including reptiles, which never stopped growing.
Well, one thing is this. None of us were in the pre-flood world. So I respect your ideology about it, but I'm not really gonna make any conclusion. And that's another question I was gonna ask you. Are you just set in stone or any of your things, or are you still kind of open-minded and researching and you're saying, hey, there's still room that there can be, or is it just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that, I'm saying this. What
'Cause
I've found,
oh, you mind if I clarify that? And the question I mean is to petrified giants, not giants, because I think all of us believe in giants in some kind of way, even if it's just Shaquille O'Neal. But petrified giants, are you set in stone on it? Go ahead, you got it.
yeah, the petrified, you mean, do I believe in them? Do I think they're real?
Well, the belief isn't, because I may believe in something, but that don't mean I'm not willing to. I may not be fully attached to my belief. I may say, I believe in Sasquatch, but if you give me something to disprove Sasquatch, then hey, screw it. It wasn't real. Like, I'm not really set on my belief. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think you make a valid point. It's important not to just jump on some wagon because a bunch of other people are, and I'm with you on that. When I look at something, I'm a details guy. That's
Okay.
what I am. And so I look at the details, and if I go look at the details and they're there, then it's hard to disprove that when you get up close on something. Of course, a lot of things that I find, no, I can't go there in person because they're in Paraguay or whatever. But over the years of doing, satellite archaeology, I've kind of gotten to where I can tell what I'm looking at. And, I found a lot of amazing stuff, and a whole lot of it is petrified giants and of all different sizes. And they don't have to be enormous. I find them, that would be 10 feet tall, petrified, which is not enormous, but still big,
Are you familiar with the sleeping giant island?
Let's just see. Yeah, I think I've seen that shot.
Now, are you one of the ones that will say that this is a petrified giant? Because I know not everyone agree that everything. Some people may say, well, I believe in petrified giants, but I disagree. This is not one of them, or that is one of them. I'm pretty sure not every petrified giant believer believe this. Some of y'all may disagree that, hey, well, this is not a case of giant petrification. This is something else. Does that happen?
Well, in today's world, it is just so difficult with AI, with the advent of that. And of course, every picture you look at, if it looks too good, your first impression is to say, well, that looks too good, that's got to be AI. But I'm glad that you can check that and find it out, and people can just go, no, this is legit. This is not AI. Like you told me your shot, you said, hey man, this ain't AI. This is a real shot. Once you get it checked out, there it is, and then people can make up their own minds. But now there are people, and I understand it, that just will not jump the hurdle of the big giants. Like you said, you could maybe believe there were giants, but ones that were so like big as a continent or whatever. And I agree, that's hard to believe. But again, here's what you do. You get back into the ancient texts, and they talk about Orion. See, all these giants had names. They talk about Orion's belt, but there was a giant named Orion. And they talked about him walking through the ocean. He could walk through the ocean and it would never get above his head. He was so big, And you stop and think about that. The ocean's fairly deep,
Can I ask you a question? Today,
Yes, sir.
if someone say, man, Michael Jackson was a giant in his time. Now, we use the word giant to say that a person is a tycoon today. Is it possible that sometime we are making literal interpretations that are symbolic? Because a lot of these texts were symbolic. They had this code a lot of the knowledge. And, from that perspective, I think it's
Absolutely.
possible to get other interpretations as well. Yeah.
Well, it's like saying, Miles Davis was a giant in jazz. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. Here's what I'd say about that. And I'll tell you what, I am just doomed for people who don't want to believe in giants, because here's what I tell them. I say, I don't know anywhere you can go that's more just rock solid than the Bible. And the Bible says point blank, and I'll give you the verses and I'll tell you what they say right now, that giants were real and they were big.
I hear you, but here's the thing. It don't say about petrified giants. See, here's the thing I want to point out. I want to distinguish giants from petrified giants, because I agree. I think there were huge humans at one point, but I don't think they were nowhere near the size of an island or a mountain. And I think in the case of petrified giants, are you familiar with something called the Pareidolia effect?
Yes. Oh, believe me, sir, I know all about the Pareidolia. And
so
here's what I'll tell you about. Can I say something about Pareidolia?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I find that people, this is a very common word that...
It's not a deflection. It's a real effect, by the way.
Well, it's for people who are ready to shoot your work down, that don't believe in your work, and they want to, all of a sudden everyone wants to diagnose you.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
You know?
It's not a diagnosis. It's a scientific explanation that's explained. Hold on 1 second. Our mind is complicated. I've seen faces in the clouds, but I don't think it's a cloudified giant. People see Jesus in Cheetos chips and they sell it on eBay. Just hear me out. What I just want to say one thing. I don't want to get off on a foot with this show that I'm trying to just shoot down your research, because I think that what's going on, if people downplay the Pareidolia effect, is we're downplaying a real scientific observation for something that we cannot prove. Because check it out. You got to ask yourself this. If all of these rocks are petrified giants, why are they made out of the local rock that's in the area? If there's a petrified giant, let's say near a volcano, it's made of basalt. If there's a petrified giant near a granite area, it turns into granite. So listen, all of these giants tend to be made out of the local stone where they at. If that was a petrification process where organic biological material is petrifying and turning to stone, each one all around the world would be the same stone. Now, in real science, if we want to be honest, we look at the facts and we deal with Occam's razor. What is more likely? Because if my mind can see a face in the clouds, it can see a face in a water splash. It can see a face in a mountain. It can see a face, and that's real. So I don't want you guys to have the ability to downplay something that I know is true about how my own mind works. I deal with symbolism. I see shapes and patterns in everything, and I have to I can't say, well, that used to be what it is because it's shaped like it. So we have to consider this, and we also have to consider the fact that it can be petrified, but if we're going to consider that, I think you guys got to present evidence, and you got to cross out any other explanations. And the Pareidolia effect is another valid explanation to explain this, but I'll yield the floor.
All the things you're saying are true. Pareidolia is a real thing. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying people can look at a cloud and go, man, that looks exactly like a puppy dog. Look at that, But you gotta, we've got to just look at the facts here. And here's the trouble with saying the trouble with saying that, like, Joe, you're crazy. You have Pareidolia and this stuff isn't real.
No, it don't mean you're crazy. Pareidolia don't mean you're crazy.
Well, no, it's just not applicable here. And what I'm saying is I can prove it. And when I get into that, they don't want to talk to me, because I can take you to what I'm saying is, I'll show you this spot in a picture, and I tell you, there's a petrified giant. His head is 5 feet wide. Now, doom for these non-believers is when I can take you by the hand and walk you up to it and put
Can I
your hand
ask you a
on it.
question? Should
You
it
know
be,
what I mean?
should it be, do you believe it or not? It's your responsibility to prove it, because listen,
Oh, absolutely.
hold on
Yeah,
a second,
I'm
hold
totally
on, let's, so
cool
we
with
can
that.
go.
I have no problem
Hey,
with
hold
that.
on, hold on a second, sir.
I have no problem with that, man.
Sir, do me a favor. Let's have a dialogue, because I'm really interested in learning more. But the thing is this, you're reacting almost like it's a religion with believers versus non-believers. The thing about this, I can prove the Pareidolia effect. There are people selling Cheetos right now on eBay that shape exactly
you're
like.
exactly right.
Listen, this is not so. When it comes to you making a claim, you're now burdened to prove it, and you can't prove listen. You can't prove the claim with the claim. The claim is this mountain is a gorilla. If I say prove that, take a piece of rock. Hold on, let me. Can you? Is there a delay, because I want you to hear what I'm saying, and so you don't yell over me, because I'm about to ask a question real quick. I want clarity here. What I want to know is this: can you take the rock apart, do samples on the rock for biological information? Because if the rock is made out of granite or basalt, then it's going to be hard to convince people that that's just not a basalt rock and we're having a Pareidolia effect. And this effect don't mean you crazy. It's actually science. It teaches you how our mind works. And that's something we need to be learning about, you know, because it will explain the fact that what we're witnessing here is Pareidolia effect, which is something to be proven, versus, because which one is more reasonable? That a gorilla turned into a basalt rock, or a monkey turned into granite, or my mind see faces in the clouds? My mind that's exactly how our mind works. So we got to cancel the Pareidolia effect out, not downplay it, And I don't think you guys are canceling it out. You're avoiding it by saying you're just a non-believer.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you wholeheartedly, I'm a non-believer. I mean, I'm not a non-believer in Pareidolia, and I think you might be missing the point of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it has no application here. And why is because I can take you there and put your hands on these giant faces. And to answer your question, you know, I've got a real good picture I was just thinking of, man, of a giant's head I found. I found this area that was an ancient spring, and I found what they call a cyclopean wall, and this is stuff from pre-flood. So I knew this was an old site. So I'm marching around in there, and I find this giant head, and it's a petrified giant head, and of course the bottom jaw is like dislodged from the top of the head, which would be something that would happen. But right at the corner of the jaw, which is right where your jugular vein is, was dark red, you know. And this would be where the blood was in the jugular vein of the giant. And I would just go right there and get a real clean sample, and you can prove they're real. It's what Roger Spur did. I don't know if you know about the work of Roger Spur, but if you don't,
I think he's
should, man.
I think he's
completely for real.
Yeah, let me speak about Roger Spur. I have heard about his work. I think that is not work. I'm gonna just be honest, if you allow me to speak for just a second. I think that it is actually an embarrassment, if I be respectful, because instead of us learning how our minds work, for example, and I sent you a message, I want you to open your Facebook, because I want to share some images with you of my own for you to check out. Let me know if you got the latest one that I sent you. We can go through. Open up the conversation we had in Facebook, and I'm sending you some stuff on there now, so we can look at some stuff. I think that instead of teaching our children how they mind work with the Pareidolia effect,
you know,
hold on a second. Yeah, I think we're missing that And it's almost like a childlike fascination. Now, I agree with giants, but to think that a person can support themselves the size of a continent walking around under their own weight and their skeletal structure, like, instead of just saying, you know what, that's a belief, it's an idea. I know there's a lot of loopholes in it, and the pareidolia effect is more. It makes more sense to this. So if you got the images I just sent,
well, man, it sounds to me like you want to make a show on the pareidolia effect.
Listen, sir.
If you want to make a show on pareidolia
sir,
effect,
I'm being respectful.
Go ahead and do that.
Sir,
if you want to make a show about giants,
sir, I'm being respectful. I let you talk.
I'm the guy to talk to.
Sir, listen to me. Listen to me for a second. I'm being respectful. I'm being respectful, sir. This is why I brought you on. This is a skeptic's interview. That means I get to ask you questions that make me skeptical about believing it.
I've been listening for a while, and you won't let me respond. So,
sir, I've let you talk for. You know what, sir? We don't have to continue this if you don't want, because I'm not going to listen to you cry. We're going back and forth, and I've let you talk longer than me. It's my time to now initiate my interview. I have a whole paper full of questions that I'm not able to get to. It's an interview. It's an interview, sir. I told you before you got on here, it was an interview, sir. I told you it was an interview. So I'm trying to ask a question about the pareidolia effect. Like I said, you can't run from it. You can't run from it, sir. Sir, if you allow me to ask you a question, I'm trying to ask you some in relation to the petrified giants. And I'm telling you right now, no, you're not, sir. You're talking over me and being disrespectful, and I've been a respectful host. You're acting like a religious cult leader or something. People don't listen, sir. Let me talk. You said you're listening, sir. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me, sir. Just listen. This could be a good show. But here's the thing: what I get from a lot of people who research mud fossils. They are so emotional just because people don't agree with it and have questions. I think you guys ought to realize not everyone is gonna agree, and that's when you calm down, listen to what listen. But no, you're not, because you should calm down, hear me out, because I'm the skeptic, and I'm telling you what I need you to present for me in this interview to stop my skepticism, and you're not allowing me to present the interview question to you, maybe because the question is maybe I don't understand it because it's the pareidolia effect, but that's my question. I want to know in relation to petrified giants, and I sent an image to you. I'm going to make this quick. Open up the message and let's look at the image I sent to you so we can discuss it together. I'm just going to show you some of the things I'm skeptical about and ask questions. We agreed to this. I'm not going to do no more than what I said I was going to do. And I'm gonna also do this. I'm going to make my questions shorter now, since I know that, you don't want to deal with the pareidolia effect. But that was my main point of skepticism. So let me know
if
when
you told me that at the beginning, I wouldn't have took the interview, dude.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, I'll tell you right now, sir.
I thought you told me what you told me.
It's a skeptic interview
about mud fossil giants, and can you send me some great pictures of mud fossil giants? That's what you told me.
Yes,
and then
I'm
when we
asking
got on
you.
Here, we spent 45 minutes talking about pareidolia.
Yes, that relates to mud fossil giants, sir. Listen to me. People who are skeptical of mud fossil giants, the #1 argument they bring up is pareidolia effect. I've watched news articles, I've watched science channels, and I don't like to agree with science. I'm looking for you to make me not agree with them. But this is one of those things where I say, hey, it's just a fact that this is more likely the pareidolia effect until someone can give me evidence, not emotions. So if you're ready to talk about the pareidolia effect, you can actually have people see what y'all, because if someone bring up this effect and you react the way you're reacting, no one is gonna do this. It's just a religious cult of do you believe it or not, and are you a believer versus what you can prove or not. So open up the folder I sent, open up the messages, let me ask you a question. This is about petrified giants, but it's about how the Pareidolia effect relates to it. Open up the message, and I'm gonna ask my first question, and you take your time with each question. It is a skeptic's interview. Okay.
I don't care.
All of the questions aren't about the Pareidolia.
AI pictures and have you tell me, say I like them, and then you tell me they're AI.
Well, I'm not going to tell you nothing. I'm going to just let you teach.
Real shots of real petrified giants. And you said you wanted to talk about those, and you said
we are.
Come on the camera. We'll talk about those. Now,
but sir, you're trying to run different. My show. We are. There's a whole show.
Why don't you tell that part? Don't want to talk about that part.
Sir, I'm ready to share your photos. I never told you I was going to share yours first. I said I'm going to share them. If I share you, you're talking over me and I'm answering you. Everything I said I'm going to do, I honored it so far. I say I'm going to ask you some challenging questions from a skeptic perspective. I haven't been able to ask you any questions because I let you blabber on just about giants and the Bible for the first hour. I'm trying to ask you the first question and you're running from it. This is weird. So I want to get to your photos, but you won't let me run my show. You're trying to do it for me. I know when I'm going to get to your photos. It's my interview. I know how I'm going to conduct it. You're not going to do it your way. If you want to do it your way, we don't have to do it because I never agreed that we were going to do it your way. Right? So the thing is, everything I said I'm going to do, I've honored that. You haven't honored what you said you're going to do. I'm asking you to open up the photo. Let's get past this first question so we can get to some of your photos. There's things I want to ask too, and there's things you want to present from your photos. We're both going to share what makes us skeptical and what makes you believe. It's going to go back and forth. It's not a debate. It's me presenting things that make me skeptical. You see my face on this image? I'm asking a question to you. Is it the one or the other? That's how the interview is going. If that's too much for you, I'm sorry. I'll find another mudfossil research that can do it. This is easy. It's simple. Not even debating you. Did you open the picture I sent? Because you're gonna need this open for me to show you yours too. The same messenger we're talking through, you sent me photos that I got to share from you. If you can't see mine, we can't share yours. You ain't going to be able to see yours. So this is part of me trying to see if you're able to even see the photos so we can have the show. And you're just reacting. Are you talking
about this picture of a Cheeto?
No, the one with the deer. We're not dealing with that Cheeto one yet. We're dealing with the deer one.
With the deer, I see a picture of a deer.
And I'm asking
a rock thing that looks sort of like a deer.
Now, a lot of people, this photo went viral. People were saying this was a giant deer petrified. Now, if you don't think that, then you don't have to subscribe to this. I'm not locking you into this. That's what I was going to tell you. But if you think this is a giant deer, then I would ask you to explain what would allow you to distinguish that versus the Pareidolia effect. That's it.
Well,
since you don't have Pareidolia,
this isn't my picture, but it's obviously meant to look like a deer. It's kind of odd looking. But if you're asking me, do I think a deer could be that size ever?
Yeah.
In the pre-flood world, yes.
But would this be proof of one of them right here? Could we use this?
In the pre-flood world. Now, I'm not going to tell you that this is one. This is probably an AI image. But if you're asking me if deer could be that size, my answer would be yes.
Okay.
In the pre-flood world.
Okay, I'm not going to debate that. I'm not, now the thing is this, I'm sharing another one. Let's go to the Cheeto now. And then we'll
I'm not telling you that I believe this picture is real. I want to be clear about that.
Right.
Okay.
And I want to say I appreciate you. I'm sorry for the rough start. We finna get to your photos, but I don't know if you thought I was going to try to trap you with the Pareidolia effect. No, I'm going to ask you a quick question. You can answer, and we're just going to move on. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, man.
So just like this one right here, this gorilla is right here is said to be just a rock that's shaped like a gorilla by scientists. But what do you think? Is it that or the Pareidolia effect? That's all I wanted to ask.
I mean, I don't know what. You talking about this gorilla picture?
They call it the Gorilla Rock. It's at it's on a beach, and drop it in the chat room, people. Where is Gorilla Rock?
So you checked this picture and you know that it's not AI. That's what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, I checked it. I got some more of them for you where I know it's not AI too. Here is Gorilla Rock right here. It's at Sail. What's how you pronounce that? It's at Ruby Beach. This one is fake though. Now here is the fake one that's going around, but here is the real Gorilla Rock at Ruby Beach. And tourists go here all the time to see this, but scientists say it's just the Pareidolia effect. From a certain angle, it looks like a gorilla.
Let's see.
Open up another tab. I don't know if you can see my YouTube channel.
I got two pictures, one of the gorilla and one of this deer.
Well, look, if you can go and look up Gorilla Rock on Ruby Beach, and you can see it's a real object that tourists go to. It's a rock that's shaped like a gorilla. But the simple question is, do you think that, because that's my problem with the community, it ain't consistent. Like some of y'all say, well, your claim is a real giant gorilla, well, but yours not. And that's why I say, how do you distinguish what's a petrified ancient biological organism versus Pareidolia effect? Because you would have to in order to make a definitive claim and be honest with this research.
Yeah, well, that's tough because it's just a matter, well, for that matter, you know, to me, what I spend a lot of my time doing is I find things, of course, you know, all over the world. But a lot of what I find are heads or something, and what I'm trying to figure out is whether they're carved or whether it's a mud fossil head, you know. And so that can be a tough thing to figure out. But a lot of times when you see mud fossils, they sort of look like saggy skin, like something died and laid there and petrified, you know. But it's important to realize that when they got petrified, it was a worldwide flood, and there was the common conditions. But to your point, I have found things that are made, petrified heads that are crystal. So it just depends on under what conditions and what was the sediments in the area that they fossilize in.
Yeah,
they can look differently and can be made of different things, you know, depending on what was in the area that they fossilized in. In other words, what was the sediments that invaded where the flesh used to be.
So there isn't a legitimate process called mud fossilization. It's a totally baloney. And I'm going to tell you right now, things don't just get frozen in time while they're sleeping and standing up as if they don't even know a disaster is going on. If you look at the people in Pompeii, when they was frozen in time, they are in horrified positions with their hands up. They was like, oh, something is happening. These things seem to be like, hey, it had to be in a millisecond, and this just, for you to convince people, like, it's amazing to me that this community is even a thing and it's this big. It only exists by downplaying the Pareidolia effect, and people saying that's just belittling the research, and by putting the Bible in it, to me, is blasphemy, because the Bible spoke about a giant that can be defeated with a little rock, and you're not gonna defeat no giant the size of a continent with a little rock. So I think we're exaggerating the Bible versus looking at Tartarian research that shows. Yeah, I think that if we look at the arches in Tartaria, it'll show us the actual size of the giants, because they actually built their own architecture. So I think that we don't have to exaggerate giants. We have proof of giants. We got big structures, big chairs and all of that. But for us to say that there's something walking around the size of a continent, now it just start to be childish, in my humble opinion, because I want to teach about giants, but this stuff is just, to me, is out of hand, because when someone show you that every giant is made out of the exact same rock that's local to that land, you guys then try to create a bogus process to make it be like wherever the giant petrify at, it's going to turn into that local rock. And there is no process that does that. It's what this shows is everything we're looking at is the local rock in that area is proof of the Pareidolia effect.
Here's the trouble with your argument. Roger Spurgeon,
you didn't let me finish it, but go ahead. You didn't let me finish it though, sir.
It was 100% human, and the hand was 3 feet wide. So when you go and get the DNA and you can prove it, and here's a shocker.
That's a lie right there.
Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to talk to him. You know what I mean? Because he's got the smoke and proof, man. And, you know, nobody wants to talk about that. And
we're talking about it now. But you guys don't want to talk about the Pareidolia effect because I don't believe he got no DNA. I'm skeptical of that. No one just say, listen, hold up, sir. You got to let me finish.
You tell him, hey, listen.
Hold up, sir. Let me land.
You said Joe Hoskins told me you got proof of that.
Sir,
you
listen.
Tell him that.
Listen, sir.
See, he'll message you right back. You mention my name. Watch what he says.
I'll do it. But let me get to my next interview question, and you can take your time with these two out, and you can go through them. Can you explain the process in detail how an organic giant with flesh and tissue is chilling, right? Playing a game of chess, and in one less than a millisecond, he turns into the same local rock that's in that area. Can you explain the mud fossilization process in detail of how it becomes from flesh and blood to a stone? And in detail, not just saying a flood happened or this happened, but the process, the chemistry and all of that down to the detail. Go ahead.
Process is called nucleophilic substitution, and it's the process by which a creature can solidify into the sediment that it's surrounded with. In other words, as the creature solidifies, the liquid parts of its being are washed away and replaced with sediment-rich, nutrient-rich water and sediment, and it becomes to take the form of that form. It's really the same thing as fossilization. And it just doesn't take millions of years. And that's the part that people hate, is it doesn't take millions of years for it to form. It takes the right conditions. And so it's not really a mystery. And
it still
let
is.
me just say this about that. Before I got cut off a while back about the Bible, Amos 2:9, the Lord says, remember the Amorites. And he's talking to the Israelites. He said, remember the Amorites that I helped you defeat, tall as a cedar tree, mighty as the oak. The Lord describing the Amorites, tall as a cedar tree. Okay. Numbers 13:33, there we saw the sons of Anak, and we were as grasshoppers in their sight. And so what that tells you is the Israelites were the size of grasshoppers compared to the sons of Anak. There's another verse in the Bible that says, who can stand against the sons of Anak? Now, if you want to look that up, you can get to their father, whose name was Arba. These are enormous giants that are known to exist, documented in the Bible. There now. There's something to put in your pipe and smoke.
Okay, and I think that you can have giants that size and they still ain't the size of continents, because if you look at these arches in Tartaria that I'm sharing on my YouTube now, yes, these things are the size of trees. Hold on, someone is talking in your background, or you have a woman near you?
I don't know. I can't hear.
I just want to let you know so we can have the people have a great show. I hear something in your background. Okay. It's gonna mess our show up. I don't want to mute you while I'm talking though. But so check this out, right? I don't think that the Bible backs up petrified giants, but I think it backs up giants, and I think it's such a deception to read those scriptures where the Bible is talking about giants, but not petrified giants, right? Because if the Bible is telling us to remember these giants, it won't have to tell us if they frozen in time all around us. It's telling us to remember because they're gone, and what we're looking at as mountains is just a mountain. So my thing is this right here. I do think there were giants, and I do think that they were huge and that we're grasshoppers in their sight. And I don't think they gotta be the size of America in order for that to be true. Because if you think about the scale in relation for me to a grasshopper, we exaggerate all the time. We say, man, you tiny compared to Shaq. Now, you're not really tiny, we're exaggerating, but if someone took that literal 100 years from now, they would think that Shaq was bigger than what he was. I think we have to, you gotta let me finish how I, you gotta let me finish too, sir, and I'ma land quick here. It's just a back and forth. It's not a debate. It's just a skeptic's point of view and yours. And I'm gonna land right here. These are all the things why I'm not gonna quickly adopt the petrified giant things, but I'm still not gonna say it's wrong. I'm gonna say, honestly, it's not enough viable evidence for me to state it as a fact yet. It exists as a belief, and I think it, you know, that's where it is. But there you go. There you go. That'll be good right there.
Well, that's cool, man. That's your opinion, and you're completely entitled to that, you know.
So if you want another question, I would tell you to, the next one ain't a question. I want you to explain your enhancement process that you was telling me earlier. And now we're going to display your photo. It is a mountain. You got like a black mountain with snow on it. You want to explain that first photo. But before you explain your first photo, Joe, tell them your enhancement process that you was telling me about.
The enhancement process?
Yes, that you do when you outline what you seeing.
Well, yeah, sometimes I do that. You know, it helps people to see the detail of the rock. In other words, all I'm doing is taking a color and adding it to the rock so that the details jump out. Because if you'll notice, mud fossil giants are all pretty much the color of whatever is around them. Would you agree to that? So
I think that you shouldn't do nothing to it. Just let us see it the way that it's naturally shot.
See them. Yeah, no, you can see them. But what, to your point, not everybody can see that. And so that's for people
I don't think you should draw it in. That's deception.
Let me be clear. I don't need to mark my pictures up to sell them. They're pretty evident when you look at them, you know. That, wow, that's a giant something there, you know.
Yeah.
So, but I do it to help people who are new to looking for mud fossil giants.
Give them some
mud
fossil.
I've gotten a lot of good comments about it.
So it's like mud fossil training wheels. To me, it's telling them what to see, right? Because it's what it's doing. It's promoting the Pareidolia effect versus explaining how our mind works. I think that this community should be a community that's saying, listen, our human minds see faces in the clouds. Is the face I see in the cloud a giant that's up there? No. So I think we can do the same thing with stone. But I got your first photo up, Joe, if you want to talk to us about it. It's a black mountain with snow on it. You want to talk about this one?
I don't see no picture. I don't know, man.
Well, this is our, I'm gonna let you know. Open up our messenger conversation on Facebook and go to the first photo you sent me from your files. You told me you sent me some photos.
Photos that I sent you. I don't even remember what the first photo.
You just scroll back up and it ain't a lot of messages.
Yeah, I see this photo. Yeah, okay.
It start with the white sort of black mountain covered in snow.
Yeah,
and we're gonna,
I see that. That's a Totten head, man.
Okay.
That's a pretty big giant. I mean, that's good sized.
Okay.
I can't remember the measurement on that. I don't know if I measured that or not, but it's a nice shot, man. I like it.
You want to give us some more about this Titan head before we go to the next one?
It's just, you know, your eye pretty much knows what to see. Let me look at that a little bit.
We can take our time with them.
Yeah.
The people can see it too. So,
well,
Yeah.
And what you can see is the nose, and you can literally see the nostrils. You can see that the eyes are open. You can see the mouth. It's a right-facing profile of a head there at the top of the shot. And again, if you're not used to if you're not used to considering, hey, could a person be that huge? If you're not that, you would never even see that mountain. You'd never even see that it's a head. You'd say, oh, well, that's a mountain and it can't be a head. It's just a mountain that looks like a head. Well, there are no mountains that look like heads by accident. There, I said it. So
you don't think mountains can look like heads by accident?
Not generally,
Yeah,
man.
well, let me say it don't have to.
What I find is all the ones like this one that I look close up at,
I got you.
That's a giant head. Now,
Yeah,
am I saying that every mountain in the world is a giant? Absolutely not.
That's an honest man.
Don't even go there.
But let me say this real briefly. When you say it don't look like a head by accident, well, you're canceling out the accident, but we're not canceling out pareidolia. Pareidolia ain't accident. So that's why I sent you the gorilla-shaped Cheeto, because that Cheeto looks just like a gorilla climbing on the tree. If I was to tell a person, listen, there's a scientific way that can turn a gorilla into a Cheeto in a split second while it's climbing a tree. Look at this gorilla. And somebody believe me, that will be the equivalent of what you guys are doing with stone, because you're not canceling out the pareidolia effect. And in scientific claims, you got to cancel that out, because that is a viable explanation. Hold on, I'm gonna land here. And you guys don't do that. You just downplay it or say it's an insult, or you trying to say I'm crazy or something.
Well, you got to realize this. What I bring are thousands of shots like this that are real shots of incredible things. And you bring one term, pareidolia, to the table.
That explains all of these shots.
No, just let me finish. Now, and so what I'm doing is I'm taking my shots that are the truth, that are not AI shots, and I put them out there and I let the people decide on their own. A lot of these shots I've posted, and they are all very well received. I'll just tell you right now. So I'm not, and I don't care. I don't make money off of any shot that I take. No, I don't do that. I'm not in it for that. The shots that I take them so that people can see the truth about what's in our world.
But it don't show us nothing.
Stuff, you know what
We're
I mean?
talking about it now. I'm gonna tell you what it is. I believe when you bring this stuff up to people, instead of you guys dealing with the pareidolia effect, you run from it by saying people don't want to talk about mud fossils when you're actually don't want to talk about the most valid explanation. And if you're gonna hold on a second though, sir. The thing is this. If you make a claim that what I'm looking at right now is a giant's face that's made out of the same stone that's in the local area right now.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I do know that.
What that John head's made of.
Check this out, because I'm gonna show you. I'm finna prove it right now.
Say that, bro.
Look, I can. You gotta let me prove it. If I make a claim, I'm supposed to prove it, but you gotta allow me to prove it.
Coming on you saying it's made out of the same stone.
Well, let me prove my claim. In order for me to prove my claim, you gotta be quiet. I made a claim, and you're saying prove it, Sanchez. Okay, now I got a burden. I got a burden on my hand now. You're right. You're being fair. You're saying, Sanchez, you're saying that now. Prove it. Okay, let me prove it right now. That's all I'm asking. If you look at the collage I'm showing right now, every last one of these is said to be a giant face. But if y'all look at this collage, every last one of these is a different rock that is equivalent to the local place that's in. For example, look at where my mouse pointer is at right now. This is in the desert, and you can see that these rocks look like red Grand Canyon looking rocks. And if you look at this one, these are little grayish little rocks. If you look at all of these places where they saying that these are giant faces, they got to tell us where is this location? Give us some other rock formations surrounding it so we can see that these ain't the same ones. Don't hide it now. So when each picture you show, I want to know that so we can look up that area, and I'm going to go on ChatGPT. I'm going to say, what is the local rocks in the area where your giant face at? And if we use math, it is more mathematically logical that what we're experiencing is the Pareidolia effect.
Okay,
you keep cutting me off, but go ahead.
Let's say you prove that it's made out of the same kind of rock. What would that prove other than that's fossilized in that area?
Let me answer your question. What it'll prove.
You find DNA,
you won't let me answer you.
It's over, dude.
You
over.
And guess what? If you let me land my plane, sir, respectfully, I'll be quick and I'll tell you this. If we can go up to one of these faces right now and extract human DNA from it, now you're gonna start convincing me. Now listen, before you cut in, when you say somebody did it, that's not me having like that. That mean I gotta believe that someone else did it. So the people that saying, well,
like you gotta have money.
Hold
to
on,
pay
sir.
For that test
Sir. You gotta let. I'm about to be done. You're making me take longer. I want to stop talking so I can give you the mic.
Dude, I'll be quiet and you just talk. How about that?
I'm trying to land. So you're being kind of rude, sir. I'm trying to give you the floor. All right, I'm just asking you a question. You don't have to get uptight. That's the problem. Now, the thing is this right here. I don't have to prove it. I didn't make the claim that this is a petrified. Someone in your background is talking, sir, and it's making it. It's not me that's ruining the show. It's you and your background, I assure you. But I'm working with you, though. I'm patient. Check this out, Joe. If you say that these are giant faces petrified, don't you want to go up to that rock and test it for DNA and prove your claim? Why should I have to do your work? I didn't say it was a giant's face. That's lazy. You telling the skeptic to do your work when you should do it so no one would be skeptic in the first place. It's lazy, but then you guys will say, well, I'm doing all the research and you're just saying pareidolia. Researching the pareidolia effect is work. But just looking at some and saying what I see is childish games. That's not work or research. That's if you can't explain what your claim is based on what you're saying and you react like what you're doing now, it's a childish belief community in my opinion.
I don't know what you're talking about. I react like I'm doing now. I don't know what I'm doing that's making you mad, dude. I'm just telling you the truth.
No, I'm not mad. But
if you don't want to hear the truth, you don't have to.
I'm listening.
I don't care if everybody believes every shot I have. What I care about is when I put it out there, I'm telling the truth. That's all I care about.
I want you to get DNA.
My job is to make everybody believe me. My job is to tell the truth. That's it, dude.
Sir, sir, I'm just telling you, if you take pictures of something, then go up to it, snap a piece of it off, and we'll do the DNA together. So here's my offer to you. The sites that you go to, take a sample of them, give them to me, mail them to me. I will have the DNA test done for you. I will pay for it. I promise you. Send them to me because I want to do real, honest research and not just make claims and then ridicule people who don't believe them.
Sure.
So will you send me the samples of these rocks so I can get them tested for human DNA? Because I'm making a promise on a live that I will do it. I will pay for it.
If you'll pay for it, yeah, I can get you that. I mean, it just depends on me getting to one of my spots, but you know, it's a possibility.
That's what I'm talking about. Now,
I would not run from that because I believe in it that much, dude. So yeah, the thing I would have to make sure is I get it collected without any contamination. You know,
there you go.
Be sure we get that done correct. But yeah. It's a doable thing.
Yeah, I will have to make sure you don't just put some of your DNA in it now.
Well, right, I'll give you video of sampling it. Yeah, that's exactly right, sir. Well, that would show up. You could be able to find that out easy. Like, oh, this is you, Joe. You know. So yeah.
Well, yeah, we would probably have to know that
stuff like that. It's you get found out, and I don't cheat about anything. I don't have any reason to. So everything I show is real, and it's amazing, you know. If I got into showing you the giant cities and their pyramids and stuff, you'd lose your mind.
That'll be for the next show.
I got proof of all that, and all the locations too.
That'll be the next.
The giant locations. So I'm sitting on a big pile of good stuff. I'm just waiting on the right people.
That'll be the next show. For now, for now, I want to talk about some of the joints you sent me. So let's go to the next one. And it's a little gray stone surrounded by like some shrubbery or bush. Is right out to the white mountain face. Is right out to the Titan face. You want to talk to us about that one?
Look at that. I don't
And
know.
Joe, man, you doing a good job for your first interview. My people will tell you that I'm a jerk and I'm not easy when it comes to my skepticism. I'm going to be tough with my questions and all of that, but I'm going to be respectful. You're doing a good job, Joe. Trust me, these going to get better and better because we're going to learn each other energy and it's going to get better.
Hey, man, it's totally cool because I don't expect everybody to just jump out and believe everything I say. A lot of the things I say are fantastic. And, you know, fantastic claims require fantastic evidence. And I'm fully aware of that. So it's totally okay to be skeptical. I don't hate skeptics at all. I'm used to it. I see it all the time. This shot here, are you talking about this big head here, this big piece of stone?
Yeah, what am I looking? Yeah, got a shadow on it. There you go. Yeah, we
okay. When you look at this thing, now this is where, but when you look at this thing, that is a giant head, and if you hadn't done this for a while, you would be like, well, that can't be a giant head because look at how tall it is. Mm-hmm. But a lot of beings have elongated heads, and this is a great example of a mud fossil elongated head. And where I found this is really what tells the story, because I found this head right here at Pilot Mountain in North Carolina. And if you were to look at a picture of that, it's pretty much a giant megalithic pyramid that makes up a mountain. And one of the things I did was looked around that place to see if it was indeed, you know, if it had been built by the giants, if there was evidence of them. And I found this head there, which is very nice. And that's standing, and this picture comes from Google Earth, believe it or not. And I took it from the street views. You could find this yourself. You can go to Pilot Mountain and on Google Earth, and then hit street views, and they'll light up blue, and you can push down there, and it's just like you're walking on a trail around Pilot Mountain. And this is one of the heads that I saw, and I took a screenshot of it. But it's very nice and an excellent example of a. This is kind of a pre-flood head here. This is old. Now, and you can see the ear to the right, and you can see the eye sockets, and you can see that the head is elongated at the top. It's very nice.
Okay, you want to go to the next one? I think. Let me see. I like the way this going now. See, I told you it's gonna start to flow good. Joe got a lot of his own pictures, guys, because in the mud fossil community, what I like, Joe was saying, hey, some of that stuff is AI. The fact that he said that, and that showed honesty. So I wanted to let them know that, yeah, Joe ain't one of those ones that's selling you AI stuff. I can vouch for that.
No. All of my shots are real, and you can totally check them. Anybody, you're totally welcome to look at any of my shots and check them any way you want. I took them off of off of Google Earth and just snapped them. This next shot, there you can see I put a red line around the giant. Okay. Now this giant, do you see that one with the orange trees?
Yeah, it got the pretty orange trees around it with the gray.
Now that there is the first giant that I found, and you can see how tall he is.
Now, he got eyes and a mouth right here where up at the top part, I see a shoulder line coming around. Okay,
you can enlarge that a bit. It's awesome, and there are you can see his nose and his mouth and his eye sockets. You can see his arms down at each side. Okay. He's wearing some kind of a crown or a helmet. The helmet is a thing. And you can see other giants. This is a place called the Devil's Looking Glass. And anybody, you can go pull this up and you can probably find this image of this giant. I believe that's where I got this image, because the other images I had, was where I was there in person, and I got a close-up image of his spine and pelvis. which was awesome because that proves he's a real giant, you know. So, but this is an awesome giant. This is my first giant find, and that's, very near 20 years ago, I would say 18 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe. Anyway, 10 years.
Okay.
Very nice, though. And what there is, there's a legend about this place, and it's called the Devil's Looking Glass. And they say if you go there by moonlight, you can see 7 faces of the devil. And so, but really, what they're seeing, and I see some faces there. What they're seeing is mud fossil giants, you know, in this mountainside here, piled up. Looks like to me. There's some awesome faces though in that shot right there that are incredible. It's very nice. Let me see.
Yeah,
Is the next shot.
okay,
yeah, the next shot is the spine and the pelvis.
Okay, you going to the next one now? Let me see.
Yeah, I'm going to the next one now. Now that next shot, that's the same giant we just looked at. And you can see a lot of him is crumbled away. You can see where his head was.
You were dealing with the Coalfields Express picture?
Yeah, this picture is not a great picture.
Okay.
It was taken from an ancient old iPhone when I was there. But as I blew this up and looked at it, I saw this right here. Now, what that is circled is the pelvis, and you can see coming out of the top is his spine. So this was a real giant.
Looks like a face and a nose eye socket, but I'd see how you can see a pelvis too.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. It does look like a frowny face, kind of in one way. It does. But yeah, that's the pelvis and the spine. I don't know if I've got a better shot of that or not, but that's exactly right where it should be. And you can see a lot of his head has crumbled away. But that was a cool giant, and he's a big one too. And there's a bunch of there was a bunch of spooky stuff happening there. I actually caught a creature there, believe it or not, in a picture. We won't go into that, but it was believe it or not, it was a hybrid between a mantis, praying mantis, and a man, and he was standing on a ledge to the right in this shot. And I didn't send that to you, but I have it. It's weird, but so I researched that and found out there's a story about the Indians hated this place in the Choctaw, and they never came here because they said there was a devil that lived in the cave right where I took a picture of this weird thing. And they said we never come there because it tries to kill people. So anyway, it's fascinating stuff once you research these places. But that's what I found out about this place. Ooh, that's a cool one, the next one.
Okay, so let me see. You went to the next one. Hold on a second. The next one is going to be after that one. It is. Hold on. Okay. The next one is because I lost my spot. Okay, yeah. The next one looks like a blue little lake or something.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
This is like it looked like a blue lake surrounded by snow. What's that one? Explain that one to us, Joe.
Is that you mean the next one after the next?
Yeah.
After this shot of this spine.
Yeah,
That's what that is. I don't know where this is. It says Sullivan County.
You still kind of researching that one?
No, I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's a big face. Can you see? You can't see the big face?
No, I can't see it looked like a blue lake to me.
Yeah. Do you see the white parts?
Let me look at it. Yeah, I see the white parts.
In the middle, looks like little squares.
Okay, I see something pointing out here on the left that could go for like a nose.
Right. Yeah. It's a big old head. It's like it reminds me of those you'd see on Star Trek, to be honest with you. But
like a humanoid type being.
Well, you're right, like a sort of an alien human hybrid type thing. But that's just a big old head, and that's
Hey, Joe, let me ask you something. I don't mean to cut you off. You think that some of the giants could have been kind of non-human too? That's kind of interesting.
Absolutely,
You say that.
yes.
Okay, yeah, that's dope, man. You the first person I heard say that. I got to give you credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I found a bunch of them that are not even close to human. They're clearly what people would call aliens, but I just think that they just come from under the ground, under the earth, underground places.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you that this stuff is coming from underground and not in the sky. We both on the same, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not buying the coming from. I can't imagine them coming from millions of miles away and caring anything about what we're doing on planet Earth. What I
Yeah,
can
man.
imagine is if they lived in underground places and were setting off bombs and testing nuclear weapons, that'd probably
Yep.
piss a lot of people off underground.
These are big fact. Now that's just big fact. I got to drop a bomb on that one. Yeah, that's just big facts right there.
And I've got all kinds of information on that. I don't even like getting into that because you just get into finding out so much crazy stuff.
Well, in the future, I want you to talk to me about the biblical origins of giants. But today, I want to kind of go like into you explaining some of these photos, and then we're gonna, in the future, because I hope to have you back, man. And people think that I'm trolling, but what I'm doing, I'm being open-minded because I could be combative and just reject everything, but I think that'll be dishonest and unfair. I think you deserve to be heard out. Don't you think so too, Joe?
I appreciate that, man.
Sure.
And it's totally cool to be skeptical. I don't expect everybody to just be like, well, Joe said that, so I believe it.
Right,
It's like,
right.
nobody knows me. I'm not known by anybody. There's no reason to go, well, who is this guy? But
See,
I have spent a lot of
that's
time researching it, and I just put out what I find.
Yeah, and see, I have met a lot of people in the community. They ain't nowhere near as honest as Joe. Like I said, he brought his own photos just so he know where it's sourced at, and he haven't shied away from any question. Now, there's been ups and downs, but he's brave. Y'all got to give us some props in the chat. Hey, Joe, let them know where to find your work at, and then we'll go to the next photo.
Man, I don't even have, I really,
This next one fire, though.
I really don't put my stuff out. I do put a lot of my shots out on this page called Ancient Mysteries of the Universe. My buddy Jaguar Paul does. And I've got a bunch of finds on there, but they range from giants to pyramids and weird, all kinds of weird stuff. But it's all connected, believe it or not. The giants and when you talk about Tartaria, that's all a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
There was the evidence of the giants is covered up, and mainstream hates that subject, and they don't care to talk about it in depth.
Can I ask you one more question? Because I'm going to be honest. This next photo is your most convincing one. This is the one, Joe, you should use for the beginners. Because I'm a skeptic, and I'm telling you right now, this looks just like a giant's face.
Yeah,
it's the one in the
no shot.
Yeah, you see it? It's like a red desert with a road going through it. And then it's got this dark part where you can obviously see some kind of face. Almost like the face on Mars, but we know they was lying about that, though.
Yeah,
but,
which one is it now? This Yeah, that's the one that's dark gray and got the red angled line there.
Yeah, it got the road going through it.
That's the one that I said looks like a kind of a non-human guy. And this is the thing.
I'm sorry.
This is the thing that can be found, believe it or not, in industrial areas. And there are a lot of industrial areas that we just write off and go, oh, that's an industrial area. And some big company's got a name, and they'll have trucks and everything. And what people don't realize is a lot of these can be ancient archaeological sites, and they're up there working them. And they'll put a sign up front that says, oh, we're digging dirt or something, But I can see a face in this thing with the eye open and the mouth open.
And the mouth is frowning, right?
Yeah, frowning.
Yep,
with his
we on the
frowning
same page.
down.
Yep.
And I swear, I think I had a picture of this earlier where they didn't have this white part. And I don't know if they're starting to work on this thing or what, but this is something I find, and I'm just being honest, man. And I'm not trying to tell on these people. I don't know where this is. I just found it, I am from that area, but this is the kind of thing that you find all over the place. And of course, again, the only way to perceive this is a satellite shot. So this thing is enormous.
It looks like a troll. Somebody put it in the chat. Yeah, like if someone wanted to prove trolls were real, they could use this one. But
Yeah, it doesn't look real. Well, it doesn't look like a real person. It looks like a like a hybrid, I guess.
But that lets me know we all see the same thing, because I see like a trollish looking humanoid too. So we all on the same page. Like I said, this is the best one.
If you look at it right, it looks like he's got some pointed buck teeth coming out, which is hilarious.
And it's like it's definitely a he, but I definitely know he's frowning like with a serious face. But yeah, this is a good one for just the facial recognition. Right off the back, a person see a face when they look at here.
Yeah, the thing, and you just ask yourself one simple question: why would that be there? Why would anybody have something looking like that?
And this is the part where you don't. My friend Joe, I like you, Joe, but when I keep saying Pareidolia effect, you gonna get mad when you ask me why.
I understand.
But I also see what you guys see, and I don't just want to say, well, that's the Pareidolia effect, just because that's what I'm standing on now. So when I say it's the Pareidolia effect, I'm not saying that petrified giants can't be a possibility. I'm saying this doesn't disprove the Pareidolia effect yet. I'm trying to stay open-minded to giants. But let me ask you another question. We know that there were giants that were like the size of the Tartarian arches. Do you think that we should open up our mind to the scale of giants, and maybe they got even from the scale of like the big arches in Tartaria to even sized up to continents? Or you think we're kind of being closed-minded to the scale of what could have been? Because most people believe in giants, but until you say they was the size of a continent. What do you think about that, Joe?
Well, I think you're exactly right when you say it's very hard. I call them hurdles, and it's very hard to get over. It's hard to get over the giant hurdle. Then when you ask someone to jump over the Titan hurdle, which is huge giants, it's tough, man. It's tough to get people to believe that, because, people see giants, like you say, you see Shaq, and that guy's enormous, when you stand next to him, and you think, guys 10 feet tall, 12 feet tall, 15 feet tall, 20 feet tall. The truth is, I found them, man. I find them all the time. And the real shocker is that probably no one wants to hear, but I'm just going to tell the truth. I find live giants that big a lot in pictures. And it's hard. That's a hard thing for people. People will say, well, they can't exist today. And they'll cite some ridiculous law that says big giants can't exist today because of the gravity. I find really big ones, and they don't care about it.
I got to do a show with you called What Happened to the Titans. I'm going to put that in our future schedule. You're going to have to tell it, because they're going to ask you, Joe, they're going to say these giants was so huge, like what happened to them? Now, they said meteors. Exactly. Yeah, go ahead. You want to talk? You can talk to them about it now if you want. If you want to.
Well, here's what I find all over the world. Just like right here, here's a great example. And a lot of people don't ask this question, but I'm like, where's the rest of him? There's his head. Where's the rest of him?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the logical question. And what you realize is giants were supernatural creatures, and they could regenerate, believe it or not. you cut the arm off of a giant, they can literally regrow their arm, sort of like lizards can. But these are supernatural creatures. That's why when David fought Goliath and he hit him with the stone, and everybody remembers the stone, no one remembers that David took Goliath's own sword and beheaded him. Why did he behead him? Because that's the only way you can be sure they're dead. So why do we find these heads all over the world? Because there was a judgment, and there was literally a war between the giants called the Gigantomachy, and that's documented. And so these giants, literally, God had them war against each other as a punishment to the fallen angels. And he made these fallen angels who disobeyed him watch their sons that they had made, these giants who they were so proud of. He made them watch these giants battle each other in a war to the death before, as they finished, the flood came. So this was all a judgment from the Lord on these giant creatures. And it's a completely real thing. And the reason why the Bible doesn't go into detail about it a lot, well, it does actually. The book of Enoch goes into all the detail, which you have to understand was taken out of the Bible. The book of Enoch tells the whole story of the giants in great detail. It's very interesting. And what I would recommend to people is get the first book of Enoch is what you want, Enoch 1. And you want to read that, and that'll tell you the story of the giants and the watchers and their rebellion and all that stuff. And names the giants, you know.
Joe, speaking of Enoch, we are a flat earth community over here. Are you a flat earther? You don't have to talk about it. You don't even got to answer that if you don't want.
To be honest with you, man, I don't think about it, but here's what I know. There's a whole lot about the world that we don't know. Mm-hmm. But I know that the Bible says that he hangeth circle of the earth upon nothing. Now he says it's a circle. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm so busy working on this giant thing, I don't have time to think about it.
And that's what I was saying, because as human beings, all of us only have so much to invest in. Yeah. And your research is in giants, and that's totally cool, because I really need a friend from the Mudfossil community that I can maintain a good relationship with, to do a lot of these streams with, because I don't want to alienate my people to you guys and make it divisive. Go ahead. Yeah, you got it for sure.
It's important to tell the truth, and just at least, because I mean, I'm not ashamed of these shots. Some of them are crazy and it's hard to see, and you're like, man, what is that? You know? Mm-hmm. But it's the truth, and it's what's out there. And so it's only just because I've been doing it so long that I can see them way easier than other people. And it's true that many people can't see what you and I just saw in this picture here.
Oh, I definitely saw that. And listen, in my opinion, Joe, that's your one you should lead with if you want to explain like petrified giants in the future to someone. Because that one right there, out of all the photos you sent me, soon as you look at it, you see a face.
Yeah.
And you want stuff like that just grab you from the jump.
Well, exactly. So, that's like, man, could that be real? You know, you look at it like, my goodness, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's completely a real thing. And I found that a lot. What I find, you won't believe this, but it's true. And I don't know if I sent you any pictures. I probably didn't, but I have them. But I find pyramids, believe it or not, a lot with giant heads all over them. And a lot of times I find them with a big giant head at the top of a pyramid. Oh. And isn't that weird? And I found many examples of this. And it's, of course, again, no one wants to talk about it because everyone's used to thinking about pyramids, and they think about Giza, and they think about the blocks, and they think about all that. And that's wonderful. But old pyramids, really old ones, they don't look like the Giza pyramids. And I found a stack of them. But who made those pyramids? They're enormous. They're obviously made by giants. You know what I mean? It's not a thing that just, I don't believe that, 40,000 guys with robes pulled these rocks.
Come on, talk to them. Now, this is the most What you saying now is something that everyone watching the show know is facts. There's no debate on that. And that's why I rock with y'all, because we have the common enemies when it comes to the deception. Because would you agree with this, Joe? What they telling us how the pyramids built is baloney, and they're hiding something.
Absolutely.
Because they want us to say, well, aliens built them. But if you say giants built them, but see, they pushing aliens so you don't look at the other possibilities.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly right. And I'll tell you, I found so much evidence, it'll blow your mind. And here's, I believe there's a real practical reason to why they shoot this stuff down really hard. I mean, like saying, man, there's pyramids in America, or big giants are in America. Mm-hmm. Here's something that most people don't know. Big giants, if you can find one standing up like that one I had, I mean, Roger Spur, the first thing he'll tell you is go to the feet, and wherever they are, that's where the heavy metals in the body collect. You can go there and find gold. You know what I mean? Now, I don't do it for that reason, but it's a fact, that literally the metals from the giant's body settles to the lowest portion. And so there's that kind of thing going on, because we all have trace amounts of that in our body. And if you're a giant, you're going to have a lot. So anyway, that's just an odd side point. But the real point I'm trying to make is when you find these giant cities and stuff, there are ruins, and a lot of them are undocumented and unexplored. Now, when you just sit there and think about finding, let's say, lost pyramids or cities, what could they be full of? Well, they could be full of treasure. They could be full of technology. They could be full of a lot. So what they do is dumb all this stuff down, and people like me that do what I do, they don't want to hear what I have to say, because what they're trying to do is hit all of these sites as fast as they can and get everything they can out of them. And now the agency that's doing that, I don't care who, I'm not here to name that, but I'm telling you that's what's happening. And they're I call them powers that be that go do this stuff, and it's, that's what I find. That's what we're looking at right here in this picture. This is supposed to be a industrial site, and it looks very much more like it could be a tomb site, with that mouth being the entrance to a tomb for a giant. Possibly, it can work that way, But these things are not. That's not just a head there for nothing. There's something going on.
Now let me ask you something. Because you're making a reference to a head. I changed my image. I'm looking at the next one now. I moved from the
next one?
And the next
the one in the snow.
No, this one is kind of a greenish face, and it's facing to the left. It almost looked like the New England Patriots logo face. The way it's kind of.
Which one are you on? You're over to a desert shot.
I'm gonna let you know now. The next one that's out to the red desert face with the trail.
After the red thing in the snow?
Right. We was looking at the troll looking face with the frown. It's the next picture. The next picture after that, it's kind of a greenish looking rock.
Yeah. Are you talking about that brown looking? It's like what I've got is a snow shot.
Okay, after that red, you got a snow shot. Let me see here. Oh, okay, you skipped two before that then. You looking at it like a triangle with like some black, and it's like a snow shot, November 19th photo.
Let's see.
Actually, yeah.
I don't see. I don't know if I'm on the right shot. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, so look, I can reply to the photo that I'm talking about. I didn't even know that. I'm gonna actually go to our conversation on Facebook, and it's gonna let you know which one I'm talking about right now. It's gonna say this one, the latest reply that I sent. That's the one we looking at.
I see one that says 323:24.
Just scroll all the way down your messenger conversation with us, and I sent. It's like Yeah, talk to them about that one. Take your time and explain to them what they looking at on that next one. I
I'm
can
trying
see
to
a
figure out
face on here too.
which one are you. I'm trying to figure out which one you're on here.
Okay. Let me
Let's
see
see.
here.
All right. Let me get into this. Okay, not that, not the big face with the square things out. Then I'm going to the next one, which is looks like a giant in the snow.
All right,
So
let
is
me.
it
I'm gonna
not
just
that
look
one?
for that one. I'm gonna just go to the one.
The next one after the giant in the snow, is it the one
Okay.
that I give the coordinates on?
All right. It's at. You know, we was just looking at the one that looked like the troll with the red dirt,
Yeah,
and right after that one, there's like a greenish looking rock.
a green looking rock.
It is like, yeah, but and then I see like another photo after that one with a reddish looking terrain, and then I can show you the next one after that is like a white photo with the snow, and then it's got the pyramid type shape in the background. It's got November 19th. Matter of fact, can you find the photo with white snow that's labeled November 19, 2024 in our conversation?
Let's see. Now here's the one with the white snow, but it ain't labeled that.
Okay.
November 19th, 323. Is that this one?
Well,
I'm
well,
trying
let
to
me
figure.
let me say this then. Send me a message right now on the call just so we can make contact through the message right quick, and
Let's see.
I'm
Here's the next picture. Is it? I'm trying to figure out what it's of.
you send me a message on the call. I'm gonna send you one right here. Cause what I'm gonna do now is just get us synced back up, and what's gonna happen is
Okay.
I'm gonna let you just start resending messages through here, and every picture
There
you
you go.
send, there we go. So this the next
You get
image you
that?
send. Yeah, I got it. I'm opening it up now. Talk to us about that one. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
now that shot there
Okay.
that I just sent, you can see it looks like a bunch of crystal looking stuff. This is a shot from Antarctica, and what you can
Okay.
see there are in the front of the shot is a pyramid, and you can see that it's made with a head at the top of a giant. And you can see the pyramid's made out of heads, literally. And this is the thing I find a lot. And I know that's weird, but this is old stuff. You know what I mean? Really old. And I've never released these pictures before.
Hmm.
And I think this is pretty compelling stuff from Antarctica when you hear people talking about it. And what those are, if you look at those, it looks like little spires of crystal, and I believe that's what they are. They could be calcite, it could be crystal, but if you zoom in, there are faces on them, lots of
Okay.
them.
On those little crystallized structures.
Yeah, on the tops of
Okay.
those crystallized structures, if you zoom in, you're going to start seeing faces.
So what
And
will
and
cause?
the
Yeah.
reason why is they're
Okay.
there. They're on the top of this stuff. And for some reason, these people are super into heads. But I'm seeing some creatures that are smiling in the background in that shot,
Well,
wearing sunglasses.
you know,
I mean,
can I say one thing, and I just be a quick
sure.
interjection. Now, please don't crucify me. One fact about the Pareidolia effect is that our mind pick up on faces and heads more than any other part. That's how we memorize people and family and all that. So the fact that you said they're fascinated with heads, maybe we're explaining the Pareidolia effect, but we're not explaining. I know you don't want to consider the Pareidolia effect. I'm not going to force it on you, but I just wanted to throw that out there,
Yeah.
Joe. But I will say, man, listen, you having all of these pictures and explanations shows us that you have done personal extensive research. You just not one of
Yes, sir,
those,
I do.
right? Because a lot of mud fossil people, they just are regurgitating. You seem like a person that's in the field, you know. with
No,
this
no,
thing.
I've
Yeah.
been in this a while, and I understand the difficulty. Like you said, it is a difficult thing to talk about. You know, it's a
Hmm.
difficult thing to prove. To say, did you know there were big giant people? You know, people go, oh, that's crazy. You know,
Yeah.
and it's you know it's rightfully so. That makes sense to me. But there's some fascinating stuff here in this image. I could do enhancements on here, and it would blow your mind. It really would.
Yeah, and
Pretty
I bet you,
crazy.
and that's another thing too. This is not even enhanced too, so we got to give him that benefit of the doubt too. This is a raw image right here, correct? So I believe if you enhance these, then we probably can see more. Because at first I was kind of saying, well, I'm not a fan of the enhancements, but I would actually now want to have this enhanced so I can see. I see what you mean by the enhancements now. It help us see what you're
Well,
trying
it
to
just
explain,
helps.
right?
It helps identify because what you realize is a lot of that stuff is made out of the same material. And of course, anything you look at that's made out of the same material is going to just run together, kind of, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I could send you a quick enhancement of this, of what I'm talking about here, and you'd see uh, there could be some live beings in here, man. I'm just going to tell it like it is, but I might be wrong, and I would not at all be shocked if they were just statues. But these are an awful lot going on here. You know.
Okay. Let me see. You got another one you want to share with me? You can
Let's
send it
see. What
directly
what was?
through
Let
there.
me see what I sent you back in this other
Okay.
stuff.
All
Oh,
right.
here you go. Here's a nice one.
Shout out to Sally McDermott for that donation. I did set a goal.
Here you go. Let's look at this picture. Can you see this one? Let's
Thank
see
you,
this.
Sally.
Can you see this left facing profile of this alien head with the looks
Yeah,
like it's
yeah, that's the one I wanted you to talk about. Go ahead. It's kind of greenish looking. It's facing to the left.
yeah, facing to the left, and it's got the kind of red on the top,
Yeah, you can see the
kind of
mouth
flowing
right
back.
there and the nose. You can see like a little lips down there with a chin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great shot. I'm trying to remember where I found that thing. It was, I swear, I believe it was at that place where I found that big giant skull. But that's a cool shot. It's it's you can clearly see the nose and you can see the eyes and the mouth
There's no
there.
bodies on none of these. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you pause?
it can be that they are melded in. It can be that the head has been beheaded. You know.
Pause. Can you pause?
But it's definitely not the Pareidolia effect. let me stop. But nah, salutes to Joe. But I will tell you, man, I can make out a face in this one too. I'm not gonna deny that. Now I can
Yeah.
see a nose, then under that lips, then the chin. You know.
Yeah. It's cool, man. That's a shot. I wish I could have got a little better focus on it, but still, it's you can see exactly what's going on, and you can see that it's made out of all different kinds of things. Like there are different colors in it, and this is just how it happened to mud fossil. You know how it happened to fossilize.
The things that I need, and I need help. And I'm tired of
Yeah.
waiting.
And what was the most single? I think that'll be dope once we like. You think if I was to take a sample of this, it's a possibility I could find some human DNA. I wonder why. Yeah, go
There's a
ahead.
great possibility. Yeah, yeah. That's
Now,
expensive stuff, but yeah, it's a possibility.
so a giant is chilling, he going about his day. Something happens, and all of a sudden, he's a frozen rock. Can you slow down that process of what happened from him being a biological flesh and bone creature walking about his day to being what I'm looking at now? To in layman's terms for the slow people.
The
Yeah.
first thing you got to consider is this, and that's that it could be there are examples in history of things being flash frozen, and there's even been entire legions of armies flash frozen to stone and that type of thing.
Or could it be carving? Could it be advanced civilizations that existed there? Because listen, my theory is, Joe, and I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna share a photo in the Facebook message real quick, one of my own, and because one of these was the image of a giant. I want you to see this. I'm gonna share it with you now. Let me share. I can sit up here and I can send you a share with this. And this one of my favorite. The reason this one is passionate, and let me give it to you right now. Messenger, and go to Joe. I don't know if me and you friends, but we're gonna make sure we get friends on Facebook. All right, so I just sent you a photo. Open that up real quick and let's talk about this one together.
Oh yeah, I see this.
Now, a lot of people say this is a petrified giant. I think this is evidence that there were advanced civilizations during the Stone Age that were artistic, and they were carving great forms of art, artistic art forms like a statue. You would agree with me on that one with this one here?
Well, they were doing that kind of thing, but boy, that's pretty realistic. And when you start looking at that leg and that red color coming right where your vein would be, that's interesting.
It's rust. But I would say this too. The fact that your hair, your beard though, could turn into stone, and again, it's turning into the local stone in an area. So I think we're looking at a statue here. So I wanted to show you this one because I was kind of hoping you would say, well, yeah, that's a statue, Sanchez. That's not
Well, it could be a
Mudfossil,
statue or it could be real. It just depends. I've found giants that big plenty of times.
But the thing is this.
It could be a statue. You're right. But
this one,
that's pretty realistic if it is a statue. It's amazingly well done.
And that's what I'm telling you. If humans are carving statues of humans, they're gonna be realistic and have details like beard, hair, and stuff, like a statue of Abraham Lincoln. So I would say this is obviously not a mud fossil. This would just be an ancient. Because wouldn't you agree with me, Joe, that they're trying to hide that Joe, aren't they trying to hide the fact that the ancients were smarter than they say?
Yes, they are. And that's absolutely true.
For us to
we're smarter.
So for us to combat that, we need some of these to be great works of sculpted art to prove, hey, see, look at here, these people were great carvers of stone. Because if we say this is a frozen giant, now we say, well, the ancient people weren't smart. These are all just frozen giants. But I think both of these communities can exist. I think right. So I think in order for them to exist, the people who are finding petrified giants can't look at stuff like this and say, well, this is a petrified giant. You got to have a system to where you say, with this much detail, this is obviously a statue, because all of the other pictures you showed me is abstract. It's not that detailed. You even have to enhance them and carve it out yourself. You feel me? To help us out.
Yeah, everybody's entitled to their opinion, man, and it may be. I'm on the fence on this. I think it's incredible, but I don't know that I'm ready to say that it's absolutely real, but it's certainly very interesting. I would look at it. I'll tell you that. I would look at it.
What I say what's real, because when we say it's real, what do we mean? What I'm saying is this is proof that people in the Stone Age weren't dumb. Now, if someone in the mud fossil community come along and say, Sanchez, this is a petrified giant, now we have a problem here. Because I'm just showing you where a conflict could be at.
The only way to do it is to go sample that red blood and get a real clean sample and run it, and then you'll find out. And if it comes back that it is, then you got to accept that it is.
Well, here's the thing. There is no red blood on this statue. That's rust from the area. And the thing is, you can find this red stain that's on his leg throughout the local area. See, even on my mouse cursor, I don't know if you
You
can.
know what that is?
Hold on a second.
It's iron oxide, which is in the blood.
Hold on a second.
I mean?
Hold on a second. You gotta let me land.
Okay.
You're guessing what that is, but you just said we should test it. So until we hold on. Until we test it, let's be honest, like Sanchez is doing. Let's not make any claims about what. That's my problem.
I didn't say I would. I said I'd look at it. That's what I claimed.
Hold on a second. We don't know what that red stuff is, and that's what we need to be honest and say. I'm going to say that. Now, I'm also going to say this right here. The red stuff we're looking at is all about the area. It's not just on its statue right here. As you can see, it's all over the rocks. It's all over everything. So that's what I was saying. Also,
I mean, it sounds like you about it, so I'd say you're good.
Listen to me, sir. I've been letting you talk, and I'm not arguing. Listen to me. You're not being fair. Let me just explain something to you.
I'm not being really.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you're cutting me off and not letting me. You're being rude. Here's what's going on. I've been sharing your photos, letting you talk, and I've been shutting up, letting you speak. Now it's my turn. Now I'm sharing one of my photos. And yes, I want to talk about it like what I did for you. It's my show too. Share. You got to learn to share, Joe.
All I can say to you is
Joe, you're not sharing, no, Joe. Why are you acting, Joe? Why are you acting like this, Joe? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? It was going good.
I'm not, dude. You're the one getting excited.
You're not letting me speak, Joe, and I just let it. I just want you to let me finish because I don't want to hold the people up.
Well, let me cap it with this. We've been out here for 2 hours, and I'm going to have
if you gotta go, let's go. I'll just teach without you what I was saying. It's cool, and I'll allow other people to join who are mudfossils for my. Mudfossil researchers for my chat room. Hopefully they will act better than how you ended.
Well, I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, and I thank you,
man. Out there, and I appreciate that. It means a lot.
That's what you want to call truth. I think what you put out there was a bunch of immaturity, man, and you dropped the ball on actually presenting truth. You presented, you presented beliefs. And anytime it became challenging, you acted like a child. That's right. And it's such dishonesty to say this is a mud fossil. It's not a fossil. It's a statue. You're not consistent. You're showing us abstract objects and that we can't even make out. You're showing us stuff like this as fossils. And I show you a real statue and you try to clump it in with all of your stuff. This is a perfectly defined statue and object. It don't require your enhancement process. And he just proved why I'm telling y'all one of the biggest enemies to the truth community is this mud fossil shit. I'm always pointing y'all into the psyops. These people are victims of the goddamn Pareidolia effect, and they've created a religion out of it. They can't admit, even when I show them something that's not. And I was being nice with him, y'all. I was saying, listen, maybe that's a giant's face. He's showing us stuff like this. How are you going to compare this right here to the Lincoln Memorial? How? How you going to compare this to Mount Rushmore? Everything he's showing, it don't got a full body. He even said out of his mouth, they're fascinated with heads. This man got feet, arms, ankles, and toes. That ain't the same thing you're showing if you ain't going to create a system that's going to distinguish. If you just gonna cover everything, and mud fossil is a psyop, y'all. We got to stand up together with this shit, cause they are deep. And I'm telling you what I'm talking about. They are deep. This is some government psyop shit to hide the ancient civilizations of Tartaria. Thinking about it. They're rolling out the Mudfossil shit at the same time the Tartarian shit rolling out. They rolling out the alien and globe and going to the moon shit at the same time the flat earth shit rolling out. You don't see what they're combating? Look at how these people are reacting, even when you be nice to them. I let him talk for an hour. I shut the fuck up. I even agreed to shit that I don't even agree with, just to not be debatable, just to not be argumentative. And I said, at least I'm going to build up enough so that I can show some too. I'm going to share with him, he'll share with me back. I share with him this shit, he gets mad. Why? Because you can't claim it as a mud fossil. This is not a fossil, it's a statue. This is a viral photo, y'all, where everyone is saying it's a mud fossil. It's millions of people disagreeing with me. We're outnumbered, just like globe earth versus flat earth. I looked up and I'm like, bro, this is a big community. And they're fanatics. They're look at this. And what's crazy, they're suffering from the Pareidolia effect. And they don't want to admit the shit. It's sad. It's sad, bro. And you know what make it sad? That they won't let nothing not be a mud fossil. You can show them motherfuckers the Lincoln Memorial, they'll say that's a mud fossil. Imagine that. Imagine a motherfucker 100 years from now looking at the Lincoln Memorial statue because now it's covered in dirt. Now we've built the civilization in a whole nother area. The White House got buried in forest. 300 years from now, the maps look different. And someone find the Lincoln Memorial statue. And they say, look at this petrified giant. Some things got to be statues. If it got all of this definition, how is that a fossil? You're showing us what the fossils are. You can't claim everything, man. And that's my test to them. I was like, is this shit a psyop? Are these people agents? Are they trying to hide Tartaria behind mud fossils? And I'm proving that I'm right, bro. I be ahead of the curve, bro. That's right. I see the psyops when they roll out. And I give people a test. I say, you know what? That may be a petrified head. I'm a chess player, y'all. I always got a final move in the end. And it ain't me that's gonna checkmate you. Your reaction is gonna prove you an agent, bro. Cause I was nice to you. And I was acting like I believe in the shit. I was like, well, I do see a face. Y'all saw that? Just to be nice. Drop a one. You saw how I did it, bro? I did it with decorum. I did it with finesse. I did it with respect. I did it professional. I said, I'm going to do this in a way where we sharing. And I'm finna shut up and I'm going to let him get his slides. I'm going to let him go through each photo and I'm going to be quiet. Take your time, man. You ready for the next one? And I share one fucking photo. And he get, and look at his reaction. Every time y'all see when I share my shit, he act like that. Why? You sharing yours and I don't even agree with your theory and I'm still being nice to you and friendly to you. But when I share mine, you just go fucking nuts every time. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde. That's something y'all need to look at, bro. This shit is, bro. This shit's a religion. It's a psyop. And they got so many followers. Some of my people was turning on me for this shit. Some of my people turning on me Because look what I'm about to show y'all though. Here go the cold part. Here go the cold part. Some of my people turning on me, right? Let me show you how cold this is. Because I don't want to believe this. And not only is he saying some of these giants are aliens, they're finding giants that look like trolls, giants that look like aliens. And they ain't gonna stop and say maybe this is the Pareidolia effect. They gonna tell you, oh, you bringing up the Pareidolia effect because you're an agent. Bro, it's a real effect. I'm even admitting to you, I see the face too. But it's the Pareidolia effect. How come all of these are just faces? Where the body at? Then when I show the first one with the body, you trying to claim that too. Every single photo you showed me, it ain't a body on it. When I show one with a body on it, you try to claim my shit as yours too, when I'm trying to show you this is an ancient statue that I'm using to prove that ancient people weren't dummies. If you saying you with that with me, you wouldn't try to claim this as a mud fossil when you got hundreds of other photos that you already said mud fossils. And you said most mud fossils don't got a body to them. Now, y'all are confirming that y'all are a Tartarian psyop, y'all. For every awakening, they got a controlled opposition for it. And for the Tartarian awakening, they got mud fossil. Remember, they used fossils to hide history before. And we said, fuck it, we ain't believing in fossils no more. Now they just wiped the shit off, washed it, rinsed it, repeated, and here you are talking about I believe in fossils, Sanchez. Man, it's more proof for dinosaur fossils than this shit right here. At least when they give you dinosaur fossils, they literally forge them motherfuckers and make them be made out of the same rock every time. At least when they give you dinosaur fossils, guess what they do? They say, well, we can't show you the real rock. This is a porcelain replica. So everywhere in the world is porcelain. It's consistent. All of your shit made out of the same rock in the area. How you gonna disprove the Pareidolia effect? You not. You just gonna cover your ears to it, act like a baby, run away from it, and downplay the shit. Act like everyone that bring it up is an agent. Like we don't all see faces in the damn clouds. It's not a lie. It's a real effect. Like we don't see gorillas on Cheetos and shit. Like I haven't boo-booed out a damn turd that's shaped like an Obama face before. People shit in the toilet and see patterns. You ever shitted out Africa before, the real continent, nigga? The Pareidolia effect, sir. Florida shapes like a gun. Do I think that it's a petrified pistol? No. Saying this shapes like that don't prove that. And when someone asks for proof, you can't act like no baby. That's right. And I'm not gonna baby y'all, and ain't nobody gonna say Sanchez bullying you. Sanchez, I'm not gonna play with folks when they're fucking misleading our children about how your mind works. If you don't know that your mind can be deceived with images and shapes and see stuff that's not there, it can be used against you. They've been using the Pareidolia effect on us in government to control us. And these folks don't want us to know how our mind works. The best conversation would be why my mind make out patterns that ain't there. That's a great conversation. Y'all don't want to talk about the Pareidolia effect then or say, don't nobody want to talk about mud fossils. I called you up. I reached out to you. The mud fossil community don't reach out to everybody else. They be in an echo chamber creating a cult and a religion, saying everyone talking pareidolia effect is an agent. Hold up, y'all. Let me get the screen share back. So think about it. Here go a giant face. Now the giant face is looking directly up at the fucking sky. Where was the giant when it petrified? Buried in the ground? What was it? Instead of them even considering the pareidolia effect, they will come up with all the other bizarre explanations. These are all the heads of giants that were beheaded. And there's millions of people following this shit. You gotta be out your damn mind to think that there's just millions of decapitated giant heads frozen in the same goddamn local stone that's in all of these areas. And instead of you saying, maybe I'm wrong, you do what the people in power do. You come with patch-up lies, and the patch-up lies get more and more bizarre. Well, all the giants ain't human, because why? Some of these faces look deformed and humanoid-like. So now you gotta say, well, yeah, some of the giants were lizard creatures, alien creatures. It's a fucking childish fantasy land. This ain't research. You are delusional motherfuckers, man. You motherfuckers could get a crazy check. I can accept dinosaurs before this shit. For real. Only the heads of these giants are left behind. And the moment I show you a full-bodied one, you want to throw that in your bullshit too. You ain't showed me nothing yet that looked nowhere near this. You even said all the shit you gonna be showing is just heads. To the point where you gotta make up an excuse for that. Well, where the bodies at? Well, they could be decapitated. And your excuses are silly when there's a valid explanation. And you know what these people will say? Do you think it's just an accident that's shaped like a face? No, it's a psychological effect that you fucking too egotistical to accept. That's right. Let me open up my motherfucking panel full of sane people. Can't even be nice to these folks. I'm telling y'all, everyone that don't got facts, they act like that though. When you ain't got no facts, when people even being nice and respectful to you, when you get into a corner and feel a little bitty fucking pressure because you're outside of your echo chamber of other delusional motherfuckers, you act like a little boy. Daddy, boogeymen are real and they under the bed and you just don't believe me. You're a non-believer. And you go back to all of them other little ass kids that believe this is a fucking real giant frozen. You can't see a statue no more? This shit got you so delusional, you can't see a statue anymore? It's a problem at that point. You failed a damn test. It's a problem at that point. The Sphinx might as well be a petrified giant at that point. Think about it, people. He failed a test. I showed you all of his photos and I was saying, you're right, Joe. I see a face. I see it too. I'm agreeing with him. You're right. I know he don't want to talk about the pareidolia effect, so what am I to do? I'm going to just let him talk and have the floor. It's his turn. I'm out of his way. We went through at least 4 or 5 photos. I let him lecture us for an hour just so I can gain the leverage to bring up one stinking ass photo. And I'm only gonna talk for 3 minutes and he acting like a baby. Cause you know when they don't have no answers, they act like that, bro. It hurts me, man. Just be an honest person. Everything don't have to be a mud fossil. Everything don't. Some things can be ancient statues. So let them tell it the Sphinx is a mud fossil. Yeah, shout out to the brother that just joined my Zoom call by the name of Jason. Salutes to you, man. You the first caller. Thank you for joining. Talk to him. How you feel about where you at with this whole thing today, man? You've heard everything so far. What's on your mind? Jason.
Yeah, I'm touching back in. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, my brother.
Yeah, man, I ain't been able to tune in for a while, but it's refreshing to tune back in and hear this nonsense still going on with these guys trying to tell us what they came across. My thing here is with these guys coming across all these images and all this stuff, why don't we contact the original people of the lands first so we can get rid of a lot of speculation as to what they can tell us it is first, and then we can start drawing from there. These people are always seem to, I'm just saying it just from an outside looking in, they always looking somewhere that ain't theirs. We need to ask the people that's their home so they can tell us what's in it.
It's just, I said to myself, the whole purpose of me talking to these people is to cancel out the fact that they may be a psychological agenda ran by the government. Because when I see big communities pop up, millions of followers and shit, I'm talking about this is huge, guys. This mud fossil community. And I'm like, this smells like a psyop. Like, we stopped believing in fossils, so they're gonna just give us new fossils now to rewrite history. Remember, why did they give us fossils anyway? Because they didn't want us to know that ancient people were advanced. So they forged fossils to prove evolution. When we start questioning and waking it up to that, now they got a new fossil program they rolling out called Mudfossil. And all of the Tartarian artifacts we finding to disprove the fact that the Stone Age people were advanced, they saying, no, that ain't an advanced civilization. That's a frozen giant. And I'm saying, now listen, y'all can have your mud fossil community and you can find as many pareidolia effects and giant heads you want to. But don't start claiming Tartarian history with that, because now you looking like an agent. Shout out to T. Wriggles. Drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all feel what I'm saying, bro. It's right there in your face that this shit is a psyop, bro. It's a Tartarian. It's against people. Listen, people are waking up to the fact that there's been a hidden advanced civilization that was worldwide, hidden right in front of our faces. And when we find big ass statues and shit, like the Lincoln Memorial and all that, big statues, think about them Olmec heads that we find in America. Imagine some white man rewriting history saying this is a giant black man frozen in time, a giant dummy. Because people gonna say, what happened to the giants? Just like what happened to black people. They said black people used to rule the world. How did we fall? The white man said because we weren't evolved humans. We were kind of like monkeys, Australopithecus. And it said that the white man was more evolved. He had more technological expertise. I'm not making this up. Research science and evolution. The youngest humans are the most advanced and the oldest ones are the dummies. And that's why they say black people are first. It's scientific racism that no one else seemed to fucking see, and it make me look like the bad guy. When these guys know what they doing to our ancestors. They've been trying to delete our history for years, y'all. And Tartaria is proof that everything they fucking told us about the Stone Age is a lie. And I said to myself, I don't agree with the Mudfossil community, but I'm not gonna go against them until they start stepping on this truth right here, because now it's proof that they're a government agent group, bro. How you gonna look at this shit and see a frozen giant and not a statue that's carved by geniuses? We carve statues like this today. That's like looking at Mount Rushmore and saying that's a fucking petrified giant. Why can't our ancestors have art and civilization? Every time we find proof that the ancients were smart, they say, no, that's a big ass dummy frozen in time. That ain't no evidence of smart people, because the Stone Age humans is dummies, Sanchez. So what you showing me is a big ass dumb ass giant that's frozen versus proof of ancient people who had art like us. They knew how to carve. They Abraham Lincolns like us. They knew how to carve. They don't want us to find this shit, y'all. Why? Why can't it be? Think about it. The most bizarre shit can be true, but the simple truth get laughed at, like what I'm saying. So you telling me that we're advanced people? There's a whole community full of this dude, and they very more deeper than us. They're saying ancient people, they will act like, well, yeah, we believe ancient people were advanced. Then when we show the proof of the ancient people's intelligence, they say, well, no, that ain't proof. So you're taking our evidence away, saying you're helping us, but you're using our evidence to prove petrified giants when we're not using your fucking mud fossils to prove ancient intelligence. It's a psyop, y'all. It's a psyop, man. Because I did an experiment with him. I said, okay, I'm gonna let him have all his evidence to prove petrified giants, and I'm gonna agree with it. Now, I'm gonna pull up an ancient statue from the Stone Age to show that ancient people were smart. Let's see will he agree with my stuff now. And look at what he did, y'all. He acted like a little boy just because I said this statue proved ancient people knew how to sculpt stone like butter, baby. We was making shit that make the Abraham Lincoln Memorial look like Pentagon, bro. Look at this. If you look at the hair that's on Abraham Lincoln statue, it ain't that much detail in that, nigga. Look at this dude's hair and look at the Lincoln Memorial statue and tell me which one more detail. Whoever carved this, dude, they carving stone like it's parquet, my nigga. And y'all don't want to talk about that. Faking like a motherfucker. I asked him, I said, bro, do you think ancient people were smarter than what they telling? I sure do. So quit taking my evidence away then, nigga. How we gonna prove the shit? If you claim your greedy ass, you want to claim everything for mud fossils. Y'all niggas ain't dumb. We see what you doing, nigga. That's a psyop. You got enough evidence for mud fossil shit. And I was agreeing with you just to be fucking in union. I proved this shit is a psyop tonight, y'all. Cause ain't no need for you to be claiming ancient Tartarian statues as mud fossils. This don't look like none of that bullshit you shared with us, nigga. And you even admitted that it ain't no bodies on a lot of these. Now when I show a detailed statue with the whole body on it, that's a mud fossil too. Well, nigga, the Sphinx is a mud fossil. Nigga, the Abraham Lincoln is a mud fossil then. You can't claim every fucking thing, and you gotta have a distinction system. You guys want to throw everything in the past under mud fossil, and it hides the ancient advanced civilizations. I see what they doing. Can y'all see it? Can you see it in the chat room? If you're watching this on a replay, can you see it? Comment, let me know. Shout out to the people joining. I yield the flow. Shout out to Retton and Zach Alexander. I see what these people are doing. Ancient people can't be advanced. They rather you talk about aliens and petrified giants versus Tartaria. It's right in y'all face. You don't see this psyop? Bro, I'm good at peeping the psyops. That's one thing. Nigga, I be pointing out psyops before everybody point them out. I be pointing out the psyops when the woke folks thinking that they discovered some new shit. I be like, bro, you don't see how popular this shit getting and how the algorithm supporting that? You don't see what that's covering up and what that's trying to go against? You don't see that they rolling that out right when the Tartarian shit roll out? Because they rather you talk about petrified giants than guess what? Advanced civilizations existed and they was carving big ass statues, Victorian statues of gods and different people in power like the Olmec heads. Guess what they gonna say next? These Olmec heads is petrified black men. And black people gonna agree with it. Our ancestors was giants, nigga. Cause they want a fantasy. But all the historians are trying to do is keep they lie going. They said that ancient people were dummies. Long as we don't debunk them and that they happy. They don't care if you believe in giants and fucking aliens building the pyramids. But if you say, hey, what if they lied to us? What if ancient people were just fucking smart? Did they say, oh, ain't no way, man. That's gotta be a petrified giant, Sanchez. All of these other bizarre explanations are more feasible than just the ancients were smart and they lied to us. Y'all see the psyop? You see the psyop? It's more feasible that these shits got petrified and frozen in time in positions. Look at this giant. He just chilling. This is a pose for a statue like Atlas. Why would a damn giant get frozen like this? Why would a giant be frozen sleeping? Why would a giant be frozen in these crazy positions like it don't know a cataclysm is unfolding? Now, guess what they got to say? Well, the cataclysm happened in less than a second. Tell me the process how Sanchez can get turned into a damn sandstone in less than a second. They won't do it. They just gonna show you more photos and say, look at this one. Look at that one. This is a petrified Nephilim here. You making the claim again don't prove the claim, dude.
That's right.
Don't forget the giants regenerate.
Right. And here go another question. Where are the big ass footprints? You telling me there were whole civilizations of giants that were the size of continents, y'all? Think about this now. You got giants the size of continents, and they exist in huge populations like humans. You know these giants got to be mating and having their own communities. Giants the size of continents. Where are the communities the size of continents? Where are these footprints at? What the fuck they're eating? You got giants the size of continents walking around. That means every step is an earthquake. How can little humans even live in proximity to them? Every time he walk, he's gonna make a fucking crater. And it's gonna make an earthquake. Y'all are fucking dumb. I tried to be nice.
Salute to everyone in the panel. Salute to you, bro. And I totally feel your frustration here, you know, and I have to give you props on how you handled, you know, someone that's not so intellectually inclined. As someone that I wanted to ask Joe.
Delusional too. Don't forget delusional.
Yeah. We can add that too. I wanted to ask Joe, are you religious, Joe? Because for some reason, bro, in the panel, everyone listening, that that religious people want to prove the Bible is real. So when they hear giants, they are now, yep, this is a giant, this is a giant, this is a giant, all the way around. And I want to thank you again too, bro, because way back in the day, you were talking about fossil bones. And I did the homework on this thing. And yes, there is a push. There is a society push, secret society push, to exit out all of the ancient wisdom, craftiness, the whole nine. Look, when I looked at fossil bones, okay, the very first person to ever see a fossil bone was in 1677 by a guy named Robert Plot, who he thought it was a giant femur bone. And these English scholars over there are very good at what they do. And anyone that gets honored from the royal societies or any part of societies they have over there that help them push this narrative to exit out everyone prior, they have done a really good job.
Can I say one thing, T?
Check this out, and I land right here, and I will land right here, y'all. Okay, so from 1677, right? So the Egyptians couldn't find any bones with their highly sophisticated tunnel system. In the Neolithic age, that's from 10,000 BCE all the way to 4,000, no one found any dinosaur bones? Come on, yo.
Exactly.
Listen,
That's how you know it's boom.
here's what I wanted to point out. These people don't want to talk about Tartaria. When folks, this is what dummies will do. They'll say, Sanchez, the ancients spoke about giants and dragons. The ancients spoke in symbols, though. When the ancients spoke about dragons, they was talking about the Kundalini force. That's your bad you don't know that. The ancients didn't talk about a literal reptile flying in the sky breathing fire. That's y'all fault that you taking the ancients' teachings literally. You doing what the Christians did with the Bible when they created Satan. They said that Satan was a red dragon who breathed fire. How are you not being a Christian by doing the same thing? You think you woke. You believe in dragons, so do Christians. Satan is a dragon. People who believe in dragons are taking ancient symbols literally. The chief force was personified as a dragon. Even in Asia, they don't worship the dragon. They revere the dragon because it represents your soul energy. The chi energy was symbolized as a dragon. The dragon is the symbol of Tartaria. Guess what they hijacking? The conversation about dragons and the conversation about giants, they turned it into mudfossil conversation. Y'all need to listen to me and check this out. Here go the Tartarian flag. This is why they mad at the dragon. The dragon come from Tartaria. The Tartarians were advanced civilizations that was teaching about our chi energy. They motherfucking personified the chi within man as a dragon. And the people that don't want us to wake up because there was no Western world. Bruce Lee called himself the dragon. And people will tell you, well, they evil because they do dragon rituals. No! Everybody knew that the dragon worship represented the Kundalini. Check this out. The winged serpent, it comes from Egypt. The Kundalini winged serpent, this is the dragon. It's the force within you. It's the fire within you. It was never nothing we were scared of. It's something they scared of because if you activate it, it's gonna fucking be the end of their system. People, I'm pointing out a psyop. I'm not a crazy man. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is a psyop. It's to hide the ancient civilizations that were advanced that they deleted. They rather people believe in petrified dragons and petrified giants. But what we're looking at is an advanced ancient civilization. Their symbol was the dragon. The people who wanted to hide that, they hid it by inverting the symbol. How do you invert a symbol? By taking it literal. Every time you take the ancient symbols literal, you act like the damn colonizer. We had to speak in symbols and code because they was burning us at the stake. If I tell my brother to bring me the cheese in the bank and he go to my bank looking for some orange square slices, he's a fool. Don't take the code literally. If a nigga say I got a pocket full of cheese and you think some queso in his pocket, you the fool. How come our ancestors can't speak in code like we do? Why we gotta take all of they shit literally? Because when you do that, it make them look stupid, like they were dummies believing in monsters and fairy tales and all of that shit. They had coded systems. Just because you don't know the code and you ain't connected with your ancestors, get out of my way, man. I'm actually anointed by the ancestors. Everything I do is to restore the greatness of the past. Ask yourself, what was that man up here trying to do? Prove petrified giants. And I let him do that. Okay, if you want to do that, go do that. But let me prove that the ancient people were smart. He said, I agree with you. They lied. Ancient people were smart. Okay, we're waking up and finding evidence that giants existed in Tartaria. I don't got to find a fucking mountain that's the size of a giant that's made out of the rock in the local area. Let me tell you something, bro. Giants were real, but they wasn't the size of goddamn continents. Here go giants right here. I'm showing you right here. These are real architecture. And you got to imagine, for you to walk through that door, you got to be the size of that man on the left. Why you need it to be bigger than that? How come that ain't big enough? That ain't fun, Sanchez. We got to make that motherfucker the size of Mount Everest. You're being like, you acting like a little boy now, nigga. Stop exaggerating shit. And let me tell you something. The reason they don't want us to show y'all stuff like this, because now you got to talk about Tartaria. Whoever built these arches did it during the Stone Age. I can show you castles with huge ass arches that was built during the fucking Stone Age. So instead of them telling you that the giants walked among the humans in advanced civilizations that they deleted from history, they rather you look at statues that is proven that they lied to us, and they rather get rid of the proof by saying that's a real biological organism frozen in time. Think about that. If someone wanted to hide the fact that we were advanced and some future human stumbled across Abraham Lincoln's statue, how would you do it? You know you can't destroy all of these big ass statues all around the world. And you can't do it in time. Because when you conquer the world, that next generation gonna be born within 100 years. And you gonna need more than 100 years to destroy ancient giant civilizations that was ruling the earth for millions of years before you took over. Look, millions, y'all. That meant it was shit everywhere that they destroyed. And they couldn't even destroy it all. We still digging up big ass, look at they found this in the forest. They found big ass giant statues in Angkor Wat within 100 years ago. And they played dumb about it. They was scratching their heads saying, well, maybe we was wrong about the Stone Age and maybe the timeline is just slightly off. Slightly my ass. It's a whole lie. If we're finding arts and craft among Flintstone people who you said didn't even have soap yet, some don't add up. Ain't no way you making Victorian statues before you washing your body.
What did he say when you brought up the Abraham Lincoln statue?
He said, well, this is not that. Everything I said about Pareidolia, he said, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with that effect, but this stuff is not it. And I'm like, okay, well, how you know that? Well, look at this one, what I found, and look at that one. You're trying to prove your claim by repeating your claim.
That ain't proof at all.
Hey, I agree with you, bro. I'm with you. I don't think petrified giants is a real thing. I do think it might have been giants in the sense of like how you show, like maybe 10, 12 feet tall. But petrified giants like this dude on the picture and like how they be trying to show these mountains and like islands in Hawaii and shit and say that's like a giant solidified. I think that's impossible because if you take a human body or any kind of carcass and just leave it in open air, animals gonna pick away at it, and
Biodegradable. That's what it's
bugs
called.
gonna eat
Yeah,
it. Like it's gonna decompose. How the hell these
exactly.
giants is just preserved in open air?
You know what's crazy though? People will say the ancestors talked about giants, but they won't show it. I'm real. I'm really connected with the ancestors. When you say the ancestors talked about giants, I literally go and pull up the shit you saying. And I ain't just talking, I'm showing. Here are the first dragons. And did I cut the brother off that was just talking?
No, go ahead, Cook.
Yeah.
Well, look, the first concept of a dragon to ever exist on Earth came from Egypt. Does everyone on my call know that?
I do.
Does everyone in my chat room know that a dragon is just a winged serpent? Let me explain to y'all what a dragon is, man, because a lot of people don't know. A dragon is a snake with wings on it. Are we clear on that? If you knew that, drop a 1 in the chat room. If you knew that the creature we call a dragon, the first concept of it starts in Egypt. Well, I'm not going to say the first, but the most proof. We can find the most dragons in Egypt. It was literally one of the main symbols of Egypt. It's one of the main reasons why the Christians hate the Egyptians, because it's saying that Egypt is equivalent to Satan because the symbol of Egypt was Satan, the serpent. Are we tracking on that, or am I the only one that do research? We all know about that.
Let's go, Sanchez.
Okay, so if I go to the origin of the dragon and show you that the people who invented this shit was using it to teach about our soul resurrecting, and you still go against that while saying the ancients spoke about dragon, you trying to push the ancient concept with your new age concept. You acting like the enemy now. The enemy don't want humans to know about the spirit energy within us. Let me show y'all what that look like real quick. Let me show you what that look like. This is how religion was created, belief systems. The facts is the only infinite power source is within you, man. Ye are gods. And they symbolized it as a winged serpent. Now, guess what? I'm not just talking like them. I'm showing it, man. I'm showing you the winged serpent, and you gonna deny it. Your oppressor didn't like this teaching because it told you that you were a god. He had to make you bow down to white gods, and he made his white gods heroes who defeated the serpent. But guess what? No one beat up the serpent at first like Jesus beating up the devil. We taught that you must activate the serpent and free the serpent. That's why we put wings on the serpent. If you read the book of Enoch, Enoch was an angel who ascended with wings, and Enoch was a symbol for an ascendic soul that's able to go beyond the veil. They don't want us talking about this because our reality can be transcended, y'all. Our reality can be transcended through meditation and breathing techniques. We found this shit out back in the day. The Mayans were time travelers. All the statues you see of ancients are them meditating, Indian style, just like you see in this image right here with the serpent. I can show you Olmec statues right now. They're sitting in this position. They ain't on their knees praying to save them from a dragon. They saying, bitch, I am the dragon. The dragon is the chief force within man. When you go to Asia, they ain't little bitches. Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Real quick,
about,
bro.
no, let me get this Holy Ghost out, man. When you go to goddamn Asia, they love the dragon. Tell me I'm lying. Everywhere you go in Asia, they got a dragon on some shit. Everywhere you go, nigga, when I was in Korea, they had dragon french fries, dragon fruit, dragon this. They love the dragon. The only people they teaching to be scared of the dragon are the black slaves that they gave the Bible to. Let me show y'all something. Don't be cutting me off. I'm about to show you some shit, man. Watch this now. If you go to Kincaid Cave, you see black fucking Buddha statues meditating. We can't explore the Grand Canyon. Why? Because you're going to see Tartarian architecture. You're going to see look at how small that motherfucking man is right there. You know why they coming with the petrified giants? Because in a minute, we finna start finding a bunch of big-ass giant statues of big black Buddhas in America, nigga. When Columbus came here, he thought he was in India because black people's true spiritual system was Jainism. It was meditation. Now, that's the least motherfucking popular spiritual system in America. When the invader came over here, the most popular shit was a form of Buddhism. Now Buddhism, the least popular shit in America. Y'all better listen to what the fuck I'm saying. We didn't always have the Bible. The Bible told your black ass to be scared of dragons. When the enemy came over here, we was dressing up like dragons, like what they doing in Asia, nigga. We was putting on dragon costumes, teaching you how you got a dragon within you, nigga. Sorry, y'all. I just had to get that out, man. This shit
I
is
love
crazy.
that fire. That's that passion, man. You tired of that bullshit, and you being fair. But you ain't
real
brought them
quick.
Olmec heads out of them because you brought them. He said most of the stuff was heads, but if you show him an Olmec head that's very distinctive of a face, what he gonna say? That's a giant, a petrified giant too. Since there's so much heads. Like, come on, man.
Right.
You did your thing, man. You gave her. He kept disrespecting you, and you had your decorum. Just like you did the other night with the females on the FBA. You got class, boy. You don't grow.
I can't,
Be
because
proud
you
of
know
yourself.
what? People were
yourself.
started, they were, because the thing is this written, they know I can be disrespectful first, but Sanchez got a history. So they gonna let me get away with starting the shit, because once I turn him up and get him going, he gonna embarrass himself. So guess what I say? I'm gonna just let them keep disrespecting me, and I'm gonna stay being nice. Because guess what I can do? Because
you do good against a bunch of emotional. You had a panel full of people, women, emotional women, and you did it by yourself. You ain't had no help.
Right.
You debate people by yourself. That's
and you notice that I don't let the subliminals get to me no more. I see like the niggas was joining, trying to crank me up. I didn't let it work because you know what I said, bro. At the end of the day, when the show over, I can go live on my own and turn up and go be loud as I want. But I'm not gonna let them think they brought that out of me. Because you feel me? Because I would feel used at the end of a lot of them shows like, damn, they did make me get off my square. I didn't want to react like that, and I let them make. So I said, moving on, it's going to piss them off even more that they trying to make me turn up, and I ain't going to do it. It's going to piss them off because I'd rather turn up when you leave the show so people can't say, man, you crashed out. You see what I'm saying?
You did great, bro. You did great. You did that's back to back. You did it on the show, on the FBA show, when everybody was trying to come at you, and you was answering the questions great and doing it calm and classy. And then you had charisma, like you made little jokes and get calm and just say your little shit, but you never let them get you up in the square. And this guy today, he was just flipping, and you did good. Like you did great, man. You even played along with it. Like, okay, let's just you right. That dude look like that dude. I see it. I'm like, Sanchez,
bro. I'm telling you right now,
about.
bro. We can prove giants existed, and we can do it by. Now think about this. What is best proof for giants? Me showing you big ass archways and big ass structures. Like think about it. Look at this dude on the right walking down that hallway. Think about this. Why would humans be so egotistical to go through that much work to build that big when you ain't that big just to show off? At some point, because I had to say, well, we do build big shit because we got ego, our ego big. But when you show me entire hallways and sofas and doorways and the doorknob big as hell, because even when we make a big ass door, we put a little doorknob on it. When you start showing me all this shit, I say, okay, I've been knew that there was a possibility giants exist. And most humans, they think, okay, giants are real. They don't have any proof. The proof we got for giants is Tartarian architecture. It's hidden in the Stone Age. When you go to the Stone Age, you see shit that small humans, it'll be stupid for you to build. It wouldn't even make sense for you to build that. You don't need all that. But check it out. They will say, no, we want to prove giants. Look at this petrified island over here, right? Why would they do that? Because if we really show you the real proof of giants, we will also be proving that the ancient people were advanced too. It ain't that they care about us knowing about giants or not. It's that they lied that ancient people in the Stone Age were primitive and that they were ignorant. Anytime we can go show you intelligence on a historical timeline at a point where they say intelligence shouldn't be, they got to explain it with aliens and bizarre explanations. And petrified giants is another one. Because think about this, y'all. Look at what I'm sharing with you right now one more time. Can y'all see my screen share?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see it.
This is Tartarian architecture. This is blowing up in the Tartarian community. Me, I do a lot of research and I keep seeing this photo pop up. And I'm like, okay, this thing getting a lot of views with Tartaria, but it ain't getting as many as this picture is getting in the Mudfossil community with them saying it's a giant frozen in time. So me, I'm saying which one of these is right? Because you got your Tartarian people over here saying this is a huge sculpture with carving with such great detail that I don't even think we got stone sculptors that can carve with this amount of detail today. Because if you look at this hair, bro, look at that beard. We ain't carving no stone with that amount of detail in the fucking beard. Let me put that back up. I tried to zoom in on it, but we can't do this, y'all. Let me pull this back up. Hold on. I fucking turned it off because I'm going to show you something. This image is a viral image, and there's a spiritual war going on with this image. One group of people are saying this proved that they lied to us, that the ancient people was really smart, not dummies, and that they had advanced technology and electricity because you can't carve this rubbing rock to rock. They said that the stone carvings of the Stone Age were just primitive people taking a rock and rubbing it up against another rock. Let me see you carve a statue like this, like that. So in order for them to say, to keep their lie going, they say, well, it's a petrified giant then. Anything other than people were just smart back then and y'all lied to us and you deleted history. You deleted advanced civilizations that was carving stone in more advanced ways than we able to carve today. People, if you want to know why this picture is important, we can't even carve wood with this level of detail. Look at the top hair. You ever seen a dude with, like in Jamaica, with them clunky ass dreads that look dirty, but when it get clunky and shit, that's what you looking at, bro. Whatever stone artist that sculpted this, they was carving some kind of, cause you know what I'm saying, bearded dude, and I'm guessing that, you know, his shit was on some Jamaica vibes where, you know, the roster's kind of rough. They shit just kind of grow out wild. But that's what I'm getting when I look at this. And my thing is like, for you to put that detail in there, the matted hair concept, and it preserved that way throughout time, the beard hair details. For you to think that a person's hair can petrify is ridiculous. And all the pictures that he showed, ain't no petrified hair on them, ain't no beards on them. Look at this. How now you gonna claim a statue as a mud fossil? The moment he did that, he confirmed that shit is a psyop against the fact that our ancestors were smart. And I knew it was, man. And it hurt me, bro. It discourages me because they're bigger than us, and that's another community where they've succeeded at hiding the lie when we waking up.
That was a chess move, though, when you showed that giant right there. If he did all that research, why he never pull up the full body like you did?
Right, he could have showed this first.
He said nobody had no. He said no giants had no full body because they got their head
Right.
cut off like vampires. Or the guns
Right.
regenerate, so they cut their heads off, so you won't get
Thank
no full
you.
body. Then when
All
you
them.
brought up a full body, oh, that ain't no statue right here. Oh
Right.
no, but see now, I'm like,
Come on.
oh, Sanchez got his ass right here, boy. That
Come
was
on,
crazy,
man.
boy.
You know I'm a chess player, my
Oh my
nigga Redden.
God, that was crazy. He brought the whole body up, and now he telling you about the shit, and you ain't. Why he ain't had that in his portfolio?
Come on, man. Cause and my thing is, I'm saying to myself, will he ever pull this up? Cause if he not, I'm gonna beat him to it now. And look, I'm letting him go to next one, anything else. And now, cause guess what I want? I'm setting him up. Cause once I talked to you and he saw the setup the moment it happened and he started tripping, bro. He said now Sanchez gonna be able to control the narrative on this photo cause he put it up before me. I said that the Giants only got heads left around with no bodies, and his shit is so vague you can't tell what it is. He got an enhancement process where he got the outline it to show you. This is obviously a statue of a human. You ain't got it. You feel me? So I caught him. I checkmated him. He didn't like it. He acted out. These guys be thinking they smarter than me. I know how to play dumb. See, one thing about being a nigga from the South, the world already think we stupid and dumb, and that actually worked as our advantage. Because every time niggas come to the South and they believe that shit, is them that get played. We let you keep thinking we slow too. Yeah, we like that.
Don't mention that parabola effect, boy. Do not mention that to him, boy. He starts steaming every time you mention that.
Yeah, I think what got him too, you know, when you said that the stones and the rocks are from that area, I was just like, oh, wow, that seals the deal right there.
Right.
Great point. Great point.
Every fucking frozen giant get frozen into the local stone around it. And they say, well, that's part of the process because it's called nucleophilic substitution. Now, if you look up nucleophilic substitution, it ain't got nothing to do with what they saying. And guess how you know when somebody giving you bullshit? When you tell them to explain mudfossilization process and they just give you another name for it. If it was called nucleophilic substitution, why the fuck do you call it mudfossilization? Just call it nucleophilic substitution. The truth is, you don't have a valid explanation of how this bullshit process works in less than a second, turning an organic being into a stone that's local to its fucking self, and you making up shit. And when you don't have an explanation, you got layers of bullshit. And your layers of bullshit is you throwing out big words to us that you think we ain't gonna look up, motherfucker. Now read this. Nucleophilic substitution, a fundamental organic chemistry reaction where an electron-rich nucleophile replaces an electron-poor-leaving group on a substrate. How you gonna stretch and bend that to what the fuck you saying? How? That ain't say nothing what you trying to push. This ain't even a fossilization process, y'all. This got something to do with electrons, not stones. This don't tell me how Sanchez talking right now. In less than a second, I turn into a desert rock because I live in Las Vegas, nigga. And what makes me mad about it, I was being nice to you and I really wanted to talk to you like this, but I came a long way. I said to myself, you know, I can vent to my own people. My place to vent ain't when the guest is there. So I gave him a red carpet treatment. He only, you notice something too, Redden, you can do everything right. But when you put a little pressure on them, if the question hard, are you talking too much? Or they'll look for anything up. So if you want to make it about the Pareidolia effect and do your own, bro, I'm asking you a question. Calm down. You see what they do?
You on my show, man. You tell me why I called you about. I told you I'm gonna ask you questions, man. What are you talking about? I can't ask you no questions now. Not about the Pareidolia. Don't ask me about that. You came talking about petrified giants and all. So I can't ask you no questions. I'm interviewing you. All right, man. Okay. You don't want to explain nothing. He don't. He just want to show pictures. He don't want to explain none of the pictures he's showing. He don't want to tell you how. He ain't show no DNA. He said he did DNA. Where is that? What DNA that he did?
That part. That part.
You ain't showed one DNA from nobody, bro.
And you
Stop
know
it,
what's
man.
crazy? Well, Roger did the DNA. But if all of you motherfuckers in your local communities just finding giant heads, why don't your smart ass walk up to that shit, snatch you a piece off of? Y'all full of shit. I hate these people. I'm going to tell you why. They know they full of shit. And they too full of ego to say we was wrong, man. We thought it was petrified giants. It's the Pareidolia effect. Because if you really wanted to prove your bullshit, you would have a sample of every site and every photo you showing me. You would have a plastic bag and you would say, here's one of the rock from that site, and we still saving up the money now to test that, but we're definitely gonna test these. You trying to push this shit on people before you even prove it definitively. I got to offer your ass the money to do the test, and you act like you don't fucking still wanna do it. Y'all didn't see that shit I called this bluff. I said, bro, he should have been like, Sanchez, when can you think about it? I wouldn't have left the show without saying, Sanchez, when you gonna send the money? I don't want you capping now. That nigga ain't gonna ask me for the money. He don't want to prove this shit.
That's how you know they ungenuine. They just pushing a
But
new
what
religion.
you saying is true though. What I'm saying is true. How? You got to prove it.
Because look, you wouldn't wait for the person that's skeptic to pay for your research if you serious about it. Now, would you?
They ungenuine. It's
Why the
all
fuck?
I
Why
thought he
the
said he was doing
fuck?
research.
Yeah, why the fuck I got a nigga? When flat earthers said the earth was flat, we funded our own research. We didn't. A globalist didn't have to offer the shit. So the fact that I'm coming to you saying, bro, let's get this shit so we can prove it, so it can go beyond belief, man. Because we can test this shit for DNA. Why haven't you done it? Why I gotta offer that shit, you lazy ass? And it's easy to go out there and make a claim with no proof today and have it take off, because people are stupid. And I hate to see people posing like they in the truth community, playing on the sheeple's ignorance. People don't know how their own mind work. It's called the Pareidolia effect. And when you don't know how your own mind work, people will use you and use your mind against you. And you'll be monetized to support your own stupidity.
Thanks.
True. And I would say when I was listening to him, a lot of the pictures, well, he said something. He said the B word, and that let me know.
Believe?
Yeah, he kept saying, well, I believe, and I believe. And I was like, yeah, well, you know what? I believe too, Santa Claus is real.
Believe whatever you want to
I
believe.
can
Right.
believe 2 + 2 is 18. Yo, I can believe that. Do you know what I mean? And so when he said that, I said, okay, cool. We're not dealing with factual information.
It was just a show and tell thing. He just wanted to show pictures and say what y'all, because y'all might can't see it because I was doing it for that long.
Yeah.
What you mean we
You
can't
know
see
what?
you doing it for? What you talking about?
It's a whole community full of dudes, and I'm following one dude. He got 2 million subscribers, and they react worse than him. This Mudfossil shit, y'all, it is here. Like we weren't paying attention. They was farming it when we was researching Tartaria, trying to point people to Tartaria. They had already folded out the Mudfossil shit. They saw the Tartaria awakening coming. And by the time we could share with folks some of the findings from Tartaria to prove they lied about the Stone Age, people was already saying that's a petrified giant. And that's when my heart was broken. It hit me like, damn, man, this is a spiritual war out here, bro, with information. They do not want us to uncover the greatness of our past and the ancestors, what they hid.
Facts.
That shit's sad and people will go for it. But you know what's even more crazy is like, it's like you got these false researchers that's making themselves feel smart by saying, well, I'm doing the research. Actually, you're not. You're just falling victim to the Pareidolia effect. You're going on Google, looking at photos that's already out there, that's named out the faces and sleeping giant. We name it that not because it's a real sleeping giant, because we know the Pareidolia effect. So it ain't research. You're going out there gathering photos that are good examples of the Pareidolia effect, and instead of us teaching about the Pareidolia effect, we are teaching about petrified giants, and we're only finding their faces and heads in two-dimensional positions as if it's just a geographic landscape that our mind is making out like a face on the ground right now. One thing about Sanchez, I don't like to be ignorant and stupid. When I know better, I'm gonna teach what's factual and what makes more sense. Not that this is, now what make most sense? This is a fucking giant face popping out the ground that was frozen in time and is made out of the same rock that's in the area. That's in this area.
This almost look like it come from a Mars photo. They almost look like they do the same stuff, you know, same type of editing.
Then he said that the pictures ain't AI, but then proceeded to say this is actually a Google Earth picture. I got this one from Google Earth. That is AI. What the fuck? That's a computer generated picture.
You caught that. You caught that.
You heard when he said that, Sanchez? This one right here,
man.
It's actually Google Earth. Like he's telling us something like, oh, that means it's true. Yeah, it's true now.
It's crazy.
This on Google Earth. They didn't know. They accidentally slipped up. They slipped up with this one, man.
But you know, here's how you know something about his versus the statue. This is a three-dimensional sculpted object, meaning if you walk around it, you're gonna see a giant no matter what angle you look at. You're just gonna say, well, now I'm looking at the back of the giant. You feel me? But with the Pareidolia effect, you ain't gonna see that face from every angle. I'll give you an example real quick. From certain angles, you won't see a face on this photo. Y'all see what I'm sharing? If you don't get the right angle, just like this one, he took forever trying to make me find the face, and I couldn't see the angle he was looking for at the face. I still don't with this one. But you got to see at a certain angle that's two-dimensional, like this. You can see like a nose here with a mouth, but he says it's a pelvic bone. I see a face, which is proof you can see what you want to see. That's the Pareidolia effect.
Sanchez, you wasn't doing it longer than him. He was looking longer than him. So you can see faces all the time. You wasn't looking at this long enough.
He's an expert at the Pareidolia effect. That's bananas. That's crazy.
See, I can see it as soon as I look at it. See, you wouldn't be able to see it your first time looking at it, but I've been looking at it so long, I can just see it right off the top as soon as I see it.
Right.
That's
and to keep
crazy.
it real, I didn't know about the what's that P word? The
Pareidolia effect.
I know that,
man. That's fire with the Cheetos. Sanchez been doing that. Sanchez been doing that, man.
Look,
You had the
Cheetos. People think they got their third eye open. Really, they mind ain't open. They just open to bullshit. It's a difference, but having your third eye open mean you can see through the veil. It don't mean you just accept every bullshit given to you. It's just the opposite.
Now, I was when the guy was talking, right, and he was showing the images, I was thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, let's hypothetically say that this is real, right? So the ancient ones wouldn't know how to do this? Of course they did. The church in Ethiopia that's built on the top of the mountain, like stupid dumb high, there's a temple. Like, the brothers did that.
Castles built on high mountains.
Castles
How they
with
get up
no
there?
bathrooms. Humans.
Now watch this though. Watch this. I'm finna show you how when I asked him, is the Mudfossil community connected to the meltology community? The reason I asked him that because both of them running the same psyop in a different way. When I show pictures of castles built on mountains, and I say, man, the ancients were so smart that they was able to build this kind of architecture and these kind of geological features, like that's a flex in architecture to be able to build a castle on a mountain. You stunting now. As an architecture, you saying, nigga, you ain't fucking with me. Watch this. You feel me? Like, that's a engineering. You stunting on niggas, bro. Look, shout out to Sally, y'all, because she coming through with the love. And let me say this, too. When you bring up the castles built on the mountains, they say, no, that castle wasn't built on a mountain. That's a melted city. All these mountains in this area is just a city. And this little castle is the last building left. So our ancestors just can't be smart, huh? They just can't be smart, man.
And I've seen people in the comments, right, when y'all was showing the pictures, they would be like, "No, that's not a giant. That's a melted city." The meltology people were calling
Right.
them melting cities, and he called
Yeah,
petrified giant
bro.
people calling them giants.
Bro, that's why I said the Mudfossil and meltology shit is like both of them is two heads. They're because what they're doing when you find ancient architecture that's made in ways that's just fucking amazing, we can't reduplicate. They say, well, oh no, that's a melted city. Now watch this though. Let me show you something. I'm gonna show y'all something. I live in Las Vegas, right? You know I pick up on shit. Watch this, bro. Look at this building in Vegas. They showing you the truth right in our face, nigga. If you look at this building right here, this is called, and I'm coining this, I call it labyrinth architecture. There are cave systems in Asia where that look, let me show you some of this shit. If you look at it, you'll be like, what the fuck is going on here from an architectural perspective? But guess what, y'all? This is a whole deleted style that could have existed. And I'm willing to explore meltology too, but they're not willing to explore that this may be intentional. And when you're not willing to explore everything, you ain't being honest, man. I've proven I'm willing to explore they shit. Look at this. You got stuff like this, right? You got stuff like this, look. You got stuff like this. Now watch this. They would tell you this right here is a melted city that was on the surface. And I could go for that. But that don't mean I'm going to teach it as a fact. Here's how shit work, y'all. Until we get facts, we come up with multiple explanations about one thing. And your explanation ain't going to run a fucking monopoly. Everyone get to come up with a different explanation. Ain't that fair, y'all? Ain't that's how it's supposed to work? Until a nigga say, well, I found the truth.
That's called inquiring.
Right.
You got to really inquire. Niggas ask questions for answers. They don't inquire shit.
And when
You
you
gotta
try to have
investigate.
a monopoly on the one belief, you're starting a religion. Cause it ain't like you got a fact. If you had the fact, then guess what? You will be right. We should all accept what you got because we can't argue with it. 2 + 2 is 4. But if we all investigated and inquisitive and open-minded and not full of ego and think that our first motherfucking guess is right and it can't be wrong, then you ain't gonna explore no other possibilities. And now you just gonna start a cult with forcing your belief, which is an unproven fact, on everybody. And anybody that asks you for the proof, you gonna act like a little bitty fucking child and a boy. That's what religious people do to protect their beliefs.
Facts. Even some brothers would tell you, even looking at some of the glyphs on the wall, they would tell you, yeah, there was a half human, half crocodile people walking around and half this and half that. Like, wow, like you're not even looking at the symbols yet. But this is to be expected from people that want to protect the faith and all that. Facts. Mm-hmm. And this this statue is. The more that I look at this is magnificent. I want to see what's on the back.
Hey, I'm sorry, T. I don't mean to cut you off. Please hold your thought. I was muted to them. Y'all can hear me. I'll just repeat that. I was saying people act like babies when you tell them to prove their belief. We shouldn't be loyal to beliefs. I was saying how I'm a whore when it comes to beliefs, right? I will cheat on my belief if you got a better belief than mine, right? Because beliefs are like prostitutes. We rent them. They're not wifey, which is the truth. You stay with wifey, you fucking pass through them damn prostitutes. People be getting serious with hoes, and that's you holding on to a belief. Man, let that bitch go. She for the streets. Everybody had that damn belief, nigga. Just like every child believed in Santa Claus. It's not your belief, nigga. Everybody had that hoe. Let her go when you get wifey. But these folks want to wife up the prostitute. That's what I'm saying. Belief was never made for you to conclude that, nigga. If another belief come along better than yours, you should abandon yours. You shouldn't be emotionally attached to a fucking belief. You should be only attached to the truth. I'm only attached to the truth. All of my beliefs, you can debunk them motherfuckers, and I'll help you. And if you come with something better, I'm going to say, my belief was wrong. I'm riding with his shit.
You know what also bothered me about Joe is that when you said the leg, because this statue is magnificent. Every time I'm looking at it, it's like, wow, you see the detail of the bicep. When you said down the leg, yeah, that's rust running down there. And he was like, no, that's not rust. That's got to be a vein system. But I was like, whoa, time out. What are you really looking at, Joe? You know, and every time, like I said, every time I'm looking at this, I want to see his back. I want to see if there's the muscle detail in the back. Like, this is so magnificent. It's beyond my understanding on what tools you used. You know, who broke down the schematics of the like, you know, looking at it from an architectural lens, like, okay, what tools were used? You know, was the rock already there? Did you bring the rock here? Like, my mind starts to go into imagination mode because this is absolutely damn brilliant, man.
And you also ask yourself, why is this the only one? Is there many? Is this the only one in that area? Or is this the, you know, where are the rest? This, you know what I mean?
Thank you. Yeah. Every fucking photo you show is one lonely ass giant, like Sasquatch lonely ass. Where his family at?
But you destroyed his research, his years of research with a few questions, right? So he had to start saying, but see, you don't understand, the giants are supernatural. What? Yeah. How the fuck? Now they're supernatural now? Yeah, because you don't understand, they regenerate. Yeah. They regenerate.
So that's what I'm saying, but Renton, when you tell a lie and someone catch you in a lie, you got to come with more. And listen, every other lie you come with to make up for that first lie is going to get more and more ridiculous. So if that first lie is already ridiculous, which is a petrified giant, imagine how worse it's going to get when you try to layer that. You got to come with all kind of crazy, bizarre shit. And people more willing to accept that than, guess what? My mind just see a turtle right now. How about y'all's?
Look, I see a turtle.
You see a turtle on here?
Look, all the way. And where my mind goes to is that, look, this is what I be thinking, like, wow. So the ancients knew how to carve an island to make a shape like this. Like, how advanced were y'all?
I'm gonna be divisive and say I see a snake with a mushroom on their back.
But here's what the point that I'll make with this though. This is a viral image. Y'all gonna think I'm tripping. This is a viral image of a giant petrified turtle, and it's viral. And people will fight you when you say, "Man, that ain't a." Bro, and the crazy thing about it, bro, this turtle's so big, you know how small a human would be walking on this. And what's crazy about this, though, how come it's one big ass turtle in the middle of the ocean with no family, no nothing? Where the other big turtles? But it's crazy, bro.
Was that a real picture you saw, Sanchez, with the lady? That's an island?
Yeah, that's a real island right there. all of
And
this
not
is
even
real.
turtles.
All this is real. All of these are real.
And not even just turtles. Why, when we are presented with these pictures or these images, these things, why is it just always one? There shouldn't be many of different variations of different types of species, wouldn't you think?
Man, listen, the
Right.
parabola effect explains it perfectly, Sanchez. Period. That's how our brains are work. If you don't understand the brain, then you're not gonna get it. What you're seeing.
So
That's just like illusions.
I'm on an archaeologist website, and this dude got some fake photos and he got some real ones. Here is a fake photo right here that's viral as fuck on Facebook, and you can't tell people it's a fake photo. It's kind of like this, right? People want to believe in aliens, right? So these dudes, they did an experiment. They faked the alien sighting. And people was like, oh, that proves aliens. And the guys came out like, it's fake. We just fooled y'all to show you. You want to believe it so much, you won't question nothing. And even when the people who made the fake video came out, the people was like, y'all lying. Y'all just agents.
Yep. And they got charged.
Right. And the crazy point, these people can put this photo in an AI site themselves and see it's fake. They don't want to do it, just like he don't want to do the DNA test. I got to pay for it. They want to believe this shit, and they don't want to crush their little belief. And that's what make me mad. It make me just want to turn up against that shit. But then,
not to cut you off, Sanchez. I just thought of something when you said, when you told him that you would do the research, you would do the DNA test for him. Remember what he said now? Oh, sure, if you're going to pay for it, so you don't pay for your own research in DNA? So if I'm going to pay for it, that's when you're going to do it?
Right.
You would have thought he would have already had his own.
Right.
But he had the nerve up to tell me, all you're doing is saying Pareidolia and I'm doing a research. Actually, it took me a whole full day to research the effect. If you knew about it, why don't you teach your people that shit, you damn deceiver? Because if you teaching mud fossils, you should automatically be teaching Pareidolia effect at the same time. You should be saying, hey guys, this is how we distinguish what's a mud fossil or not, because some of this stuff could be AI and some of it could just be the Pareidolia effect, because our minds see stuff that's familiar to us. They want to bang on the Pareidolia effect because their research ain't nothing but them playing on the Pareidolia effect.
Thanks.
If you was legit about your mud fossil research, you would be transparent that, hey, some of this stuff is the Pareidolia effect. He said, and he acknowledged it. He said it's a real effect. If I'm a mud fossil researcher, I'm not gonna teach about mud fossils and not teach that, hey, the Pareidolia effect is real too. They go hand in hand. He was acting like I'm doing something wrong bringing it up when you should be bringing it up. If you're honest, you should be saying, now guys, let me put something out there. Not everything is a mud fossil. The way that our minds work, there's something called a Pareidolia effect. Now, if they was talking like that, I would be more open to, I would say, well, this shit may be legit, because that's very transparent and honest right there. You feel me? You're trying to hide the Pareidolia effect, and that let me know most of your research is you just showing the Pareidolia effect, which ain't research. You just going online showing pictures what I'm showing and saying, and here's another one what I found. Nigga, on Google, you ain't traveling the world taking fucking photos. And if you are, why what's so hard with you to walk up to that rock and grab a piece of it and put it in a bag? That's how I know you full of shit.
That's how you caught him. That's how you know he ain't took no pictures himself, because you said it. Why you ain't walk up and grab it? I took these pictures myself. Why you ain't never
then
walk up
where
on
where your sample at? What kind of researcher travels out way out here to a petrified giant, take a picture of it, and don't take a piece of it? You full of shit.
Come on
only
now.
take
You
one
got to have
picture.
samples if you research it.
Yeah, and
Who
only
does
take
that?
one
Well,
picture.
I don't want to touch it. I don't want to disturb it. You know, I mean, you get the fuck out of here. You don't want to debunk your bullshit.
Disturb it.
Oh, I got a question, bro.
You don't want to disturb it.
Question, bro. With the Jamaican matted dude, did they say the date on when that statue was molded or built?
What statue?
They're playing that statue that I'm showing here, and
No,
this is
the
This one here, right?
Yeah.
See, what the thing about this statue, to my understanding, because I found this through Tartaria videos, and they don't always have the facts, but to my understanding, they don't have an official date for this. And when they come with that kind of shit, that's how I know this is proof of Tartaria, because remember, they got carbon dating. How you can tell me how old a dinosaur bone is, but it's stone structures you playing dumb about? That let me know everything you playing dumb about is the deleted Tartarian civilizations that you just don't want to explain, because you just don't want to talk. There's no other explanation. This shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be here.
Right.
Good one, Sanchez. That's a good one.
No, that's perfect, because this is what they're saying. They're saying that dinosaur bones go back to 150 million years ago in the Jurassic era. Like, huh? Are you serious? Like, no way. No way. There's no way you can know that in 1800s. There's no way.
I continue to look at the ones that are pushing the narratives.
Just show me a piece of flesh that turned into stone, and I'll be quiet.
If they can
Show me one piece of
reduplicate,
flesh.
there you go. Because now
One
we
piece of
talking
flesh that turned into
science now.
stone.
You gotta reduplicate the process that you claim, man. You said there's a mud fossilization process that'll turn an organic being to its local stone in less than a second, and you can't take. You should be able to go buy one of them lab rats, put it in some kind of experiment, and turn that bitch to the local stone right now. And if they do that, I'm all in. I believe it, nigga. That's a petrified. That would be all it'll take to get me. That's science right there. You can reduplicate your claim. People think we're asking for too much when we're just asking for science, not belief and ego.
You might have should have brought the Pareidolia effect a little afterward. When you came and opened up with it, it was just too checkmate. He was done from the beginning, really. Ain't nobody really want to hear him because he wouldn't deal with a simple question that deal with the mind. And when people see a Cheeto, it's a gorilla Cheeto. We show you shapes like, look at this.
And
Look at
you
this
know
burrito.
what? You know what I noticed too, Redden, is that, you know, especially when you go through these questioning, right? When they start to get mad at you, like, why are you getting mad? I'm just asking a simple question. Like, why are you getting so irritated? Right, about the question? And look, bro, you're doing a great job of staying on the square.
Hey, that's just like religion, though. That's how they get it.
Just like, look, I swear,
religion,
it's the same thing. You ask one simple question.
There you go.
Real simple, and
you know what?
You even say it really calmly, and lower your tone, and then all of a sudden,
you know what it is, T?
From the start.
Hey, T, I've seen the psychological pattern throughout the years, and I'm gonna answer you this way. It's a result of lack of facts. See, for example, if a person asks me a question, if I know the answer to it, I'm going to be so busy explaining the answer, I don't have time to be mad. But if I don't have the answer, my anger will substitute for the answer. So now I'm going to revert my lack of an answer and my frustration for me lacking something that I should have and turn it on them into like, well, why are you asking that? Well, you're just going to make it about Pareidolia. Well, you're just going to, but really it's my fault. You feel I'm lacking valid explanations and the questions are challenging. And because I'm not prepared or equipped and I don't have nothing to put there after the question mark, I put my anger there, my frustration there.
Nah, you did good because I thought the show was over from the beginning. The way how you been acting and how you just kept staying calm. That okay, we're gonna just go to the. I'm just gonna ask you questions and I ain't gonna say nothing. Okay, I'm gonna just. And I'm like, dang, well, after Sanchez, the old Sanchez would have been there close to the show. Like, man, that nigga. But you gave him a chance, even though you know he's full of BS.
Right.
That showed a lot of decorum and camaraderie from you, for real. I want to commend you on that, bro. Because the show could have been over the first 20 minutes now. Because he was ridiculous. But you did not let it get to you. This is your show. You trying to mess your show up. You trying to get it for the people. Like, yo, I'm doing a show. What are you talking about? I ain't here. We not debating, you know. I asked you a question.
I think it's a brilliant. I thought it's a brilliant strategy to do that because let them talk, and then we're gonna see how silly you sound. I want to say
yeah.
stupid. You know
Let
what I'm
somebody
saying? But
talk. Yep.
you know,
That's all y'all do.
that's why I let people talk. You know,
Yeah.
even though, and I'm learning too with conversating with people. Like, you know, sometimes I do want to win the conversation, but at one point, because let's say if I'm speaking to someone really religious, it's just like there's no winning with you, even though that I know I'm right. I know what I'm saying is right. So go ahead and finish off what you're saying, and then we'll move on from the next topic or something like that. I think it
Yeah,
was
you
really,
did
And
good, Sanchez.
I
and
think it
you
was
know,
brilliant.
Promise.
another thing that, because y'all know I've been on Facebook battling this community and I'm outnumbered. They deeper on Facebook than YouTube, right? They get millions on Facebook, and man, they be,
Thanks.
trust me, bro, I'm the underdog, but I'm still fighting. But check this out, right? You know what they be telling me? Sanchez, an agent, he believe in science now with the Pareidolia effect, right? Bro, I don't believe science. I listen to everything that's said and I weigh it out with logic. And in this case, the Pareidolia effect is the most logical. I'm going to show you how I'm not believing the Pareidolia effect and how y'all are stupid as fuck. Can everyone on the panel see the face in these clouds?
I swear, I just saw it. I
The
Now,
just
man
saw
got
it.
a
now,
1600s wig on.
now watch this, right? We don't believe we see a face. It's a fact that we see a face, but guess what? This is not a giant. It's not a cloudified giant that got turned into a cloud, right? It's your mind seeing something it's familiar with. So I don't got to believe the Pareidolia effect when I'm proving it right now as a fact. This ain't got nothing to do with belief. We see a face that's not really a human face. It's proof that the Pareidolia effect is real. If it wasn't real, I wouldn't see a face there. I'll just see clouds. So everything ain't them just giving you some, like y'all are so slow for real, a lot of people.
That's a fact though, because you can see a face in the house. You can look at right now. I can go in my yard right now, cut my camera on, and show y'all this house, and show you the
Oh
mouth,
yeah.
the eyes, and be
Hey,
like, oh,
you ain't
well, that's a
lying,
petrified
bro.
person. That's a fucking house I see with the
You
eyes and the
know,
mouth and the nose. That's what we see. The Pareidolia effect.
hey,
I can
shout
look at a
out.
car and look at the eyes on the car and be like, okay, that car like it got a face and the
I
eyes.
was
And I'm
just
like, come
finna
on.
say, every time I see them Teslas, they look like a smiling little car
Hey,
type shit. Yeah,
we not calling that a fucking person.
right. We
Right.
see two eyes with the headlights and the grill is the mouth. And you know what's so crazy? I sell watches. Y'all may not know that. Just to give you a little of my business, I got a little side hustles. I sell watches online and shit. I found out when you listing your watch, you want to set it to 1010. All watch sellers, if you ever pay attention, now that I taught you all this, you're going to be like, damn, Sanchez know a whole bunch of little shit. All these watches on display is set to 1010 because it make it look like the watch is smiling. So even watchmakers know how to use the Pareidolia effect for marketing. If you don't know how your mind work, people gonna use that shit against you. When people start realizing that we are able to see shit that ain't there, that's one of the first steps to opening your third eye and becoming a syncretist and seeing beyond the veil and seeing that they're showing you one thing, but it's actually something else. That's really your first exercise to waking up. If you can't get past the Pareidolia effect, you ain't gonna never fucking wake up.
That's
Because
crazy.
for real.
We use the Pareidolia effect when we look at the stars. That's why they got the Orion's belt and then like a man in the sky holding something.
Yeah.
We do that with the stars. I mean, Adam Cadman, the
Facts.
whole universal architecture of the human body, which is androgynous. We get that from looking at the stars and create a human out of it because the Pareidolia effect. They better stop playing with you, boy.
I'm telling you, bro. Because look, the Pareidolia effect is being used when we look at all of these logos and brands that be selling. Bro, I deal with symbolism. Mercedes-Benz, it ain't nothing but the Jordan logo for the car. And if you
Triangle.
look, you see what I'm saying? They take the Jordan with his hands and legs open, they put that, now that's the Benz, and you will find that on so many other things, even the pyramid with the beam going up, and all of that stuff is looked at with a sense of authenticity. because they using the pareidolia effect, and our mind recognize this as authority from one thing, and that translates to something in another thing. And if you don't know how your mind works as it relates to the pareidolia effect, you so easily to be manipulated on all kind of levels. I'm talking about real deep psychological psyops. That's why I'm telling you I'm in the business of exposing psychological operations. The Mudfossil community is running a psychological operation in the form of playing with people's mind, not telling them they're falling victim to their own mind's illusion, which is an effect called pareidolia. And that's sad when you play with folks like that. When you realize our mind naturally does this, but I can use this to get rich. But then if I use this to sell people something they already want to believe in, like how they doing with aliens, and people bite at it, it ain't, you know, it's really sad because, you know, when you do that, the biggest enemy to that movement is going to be the pareidolia effect. Every time somebody bring up the pareidolia effect, you're going to act weird like they all act, because you know you're literally showing them the pareidolia effect and saying, this is a giant. I can do that with these clouds now. I can say, y'all, the Bible spoke about giants in the heavens. What if this is a giant from heaven and a sign of the times, and this is a giant from Revelation, you know, in the clouds, you know? I'll get a million motherfucking likes on that shit. For real. People into that. They want something radical, something way out. But the truth ain't like that. So they will say, fuck the truth. Give me a good something. Like it's a dopamine hit. You know,
I
when
think that's just the people at the beginning stages are waking up, and they just take everything in. That's when you first thought you hear about the Anunnaki and this, that, and the third, and Greek mythology. So you want to take everything in, talk about gnomes and dwarfs. So when you open your mind and stuff, you start taking everything in. You don't know, oh, this is the beginning stage. You got to know how to decipher through that. And then you get to that level where you start proving shit. So that's why I feel like those people is on that level where they just started. Because we was all at that level first.
But let me ask you this.
Like, okay.
But listen, I can't say I was like them. And let me ask you this. Are they really like us? Or are they victims of the new age psyop? Because when we was really innocent and open-minded, even if you proved us wrong and it hurted our ego, we would be more happy that we learned something new and we corrected than we are that I'm wrong.
No, they're nothing like us. What I'm saying is when you first start, you had the choice to just listen to a bunch of shit that come to you or really look into it and find out if it's true or not. You see what I'm saying? Because most people hear, that's like the first time motherfucker hear about parthenogenesis. It sounds good. And then you get on the panel, you start talking about it because you just heard it. But you ain't look into it to find out it's bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
You're right.
And that's what they be doing.
And that's dangerous. Because what's happened is, what that is people that accept a claim and a belief that ain't proven. If you look into the claim and the unproven belief, you will see the parts of it that it's lacking that need to be proven. And if you don't see those, guess how you find them? Go talk to the damn skeptics. The skeptics are your best friend. If you have a belief and you ain't attached to it and you're an honest person, you would tell people, man, what's wrong with my belief? Find some flaws in it. Be a skeptic. Show me where I can improve on it at. They're just the opposite. They don't want you looking for problems with their belief. That's the difference between starting a cult and an honest research community.
Some of them taking off too fast though. Like they'll hear a bunch of stuff and they already know a little something, and they just start taking off and start repeating stuff. They ain't never been challenged. You see what I'm saying?
But see, here go the thing right here. If that's the case and they young, innocent, and they research taking off with stuff, why can't they take off with this pareidolia effect? Why can't you take off if you just open to everything? And because that's how I was. That is not how they are, bro. They're closed-minded.
You're right.
They saying it's this and it's nothing else. That's why I'm saying I gotta disagree. That ain't how I was when I was coming up open-minded. Yes, I was egotistical and I thought, yeah, my answer was right. But when a nigga embarrassed me and I knew I couldn't debunk it, and damn, he got me on that. nigga, I'm not finna let that happen again to me because I don't like that feeling. So the only way I can stop that is just to go with his shit. Yeah, I was embarrassed this time, but in the future, I'm gonna be the nigga teaching the better version. And you
No,
see what I'm saying?
yeah, I feel you. I was just really talking from my experience when I see myself and other people and they don't really look because they're not like us, but they have the same algorithm sometimes. Like when you trying to look for knowledge, you might see the Anunnaki stuff. You gonna see this, you know what I'm saying? You gonna see
Yeah.
stuff that's teaching stuff, but that don't mean, you see what I'm saying? Like you gotta keep going. They don't do that. That's what I'm saying, the difference. But when you first on the journey, the first one really started me looking when I was like the Antarctica Treaty. I wanted to look at why they got an Antarctica Treaty. And I started looking at it deep. And I started hearing about Elmer Bird and Inner Earth and the people under, you see what I'm saying? I start seeing Godzilla and they start talking about the people that's in the earth and they telepathic and don't talk. So it's like, oh yeah, that shit relate because you just heard about it. So you think it's true. But if you ain't look into it, then you just gonna be at that one level. You ain't going up the steps. You just stopping at one level of the steps. You got to keep going up.
And
That's
let me
all I'm saying.
and
They're
let me
not like
give
us at all.
yeah. And let me give a shout out to K-Set Raps for being a member and for the love. But yeah, man, is the reason is not like us. We didn't have a belief that we were stuck on, and anybody try to challenge it, we defended. We had listen to what I'm saying. We grew up with a bunch of beliefs fucking us up already. Awakening to us was clearing our mind of all those beliefs and just having an empty mind. And that empty mind is an open mind. It's saying, look, everything I was taught was wrong, so I'm open for new ideas on what could be possibly the truth. Some people, they do that. They say, well, everything we taught was a lie. Let me go with new ideas on what's out there. And then they new idea be petrified giants, Mudfossil, and they don't keep going and say, well, let's look at other explanations and see what else out there. Those first things, they stop and turn that to a religion. And they say, this is the truth. This is what it is. Dragons are real. Giants are big ass continents that shape like giants and shit. And anybody challenge it, you're an agent and you're the enemy. That's not maturity, man. That's
Right.
yeah.
The best example I can make, Sanchez, is Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving changed the outfit 3 times. He's a millionaire. He got money. So when he first started studying knowledge, what he started saying he was? He said he was a Moor. No, I lied. He said he was he was a
Israelite.
he was an Israelite first. Exactly. So he started dressing up like Israelite. Then he started realizing, studying more. Oh, I'm a Moor. Starts calling himself a Moor. Then he started studying more. Oh, I'm an Indian. I'm from America. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the information be so vast. You think you doing something. It's like you got to keep going. Like you just said. You see what I'm saying? Like them 3 things. He just changed to 3 people just off information, just
Yeah.
off finding out about the Israelites. He thought he was Israelite. He found out about the Moors. He thought he was a Moor. He found out about the people from America, the natives of America. He started dressing in Indian clothes. He got the Indian shoes now coming out, and now he's saying, "Oh, I'm from America. We didn't come on ships." So it's like. You just got to keep going, man. And some people, they don't keep going, or they just where they at, and they try to think they can jump out there when this is we moving at hyper speed. We done been through all them levels and went past that. See what I'm saying? You
That's
at hyper
fact.
speed,
Now,
Sanchez. You moving too fast.
And I'm not gonna change the subject, but I'm gonna deal with this person in the chat room who put the stupid comment. They said, my brother told me Earth was flat. I asked them why ain't the moon and Mars and all that's flat. So this is the kind of person that walks into a ballroom and think the flow shapes like the chandelier. See, y'all logic is very dumb. Y'all don't seek facts with logic. You ask dumb questions after someone make a claim instead of telling them prove it's flat and waiting on them to prove it. Your question don't disprove or prove the globe. It proves that you have a faulty way of rationalizing. Because if I walk up in the building and someone say the floor I'm walking on is flat, I'm not gonna look up at the circular light bulbs and say, so you telling me that light bulb flat? What make you think that what you looking at in the sky got to be the same shape as what you walking up on the ground? That's your dumb mind telling you that gotta be. You making that rule. You
And
telling
that,
yourself the earth must be what the sun and moon is. You can't prove that. The ancestors said the earth is a stage and what we see in the sky was made for the earth as signs and wonders. And it'll be a Christian talking like that. And I'm like, don't you read your fucking Bible? I shouldn't have to tell you that.
that's the typical argument that they use, Sanchez. Stuff like that you could kick through. They do that all the time. When I'm in the flat earth debate, they say the same typical stuff like how you saying, or they'll put up a cartoon picture and have the Jupiter, Mercury. They ain't use no telescope and show a real picture of all these planets. They got a cartoon picture of all the planets, and then they got a cartoon picture of the Earth flat. Like, so everything else round and the Earth flat, and they think, oh yeah, they cooking. Y'all ain't cooking because first of all, it's a cartoon image. Show me a real picture of all the planets that you say you're looking at, first of all. But you don't own a telescope because you don't go outside and look for yourself anyway. You just look on the internet. If I ask somebody right now, show me a picture of Mercury, show me a picture of Venus right now, you know what they're gonna do? Show me a fucking cartoon. They're not gonna go to their phone like I can and show you an actual picture that I used for my telescope and my camera and took a picture of. They're not gonna do that because them niggas ain't outside. They just talking and act like they gotta talk. Oh, so everything else round and this like nigga, stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it.
look. It even goes to this far, right? Where bro said this years ago, man, and I said, nah, let me look it up for myself. I need to look up what the word meteor means and all of this. And then I found out, oh, it entered the language at 1600. Oh, okay. And then 200 years later, a person that was at this quarry, there's something about quarries, y'all, that they love to find things in these quarries, right? So the guy in the quarry said, oh, no, now this is a meteorite, that comes from outer space and then hits the ground. And so we just had this event, something just happened in Boston.
Yeah,
right? Where they saw.
Sanchez just cooked on that media thing too the other day. I appreciate that, Sanchez.
And I'm about to upload the one over here too. And I want to give a shout out to K-Set Raps. He gave a donation. He said, people live in fear. It's not a good vibration to live in fear. That's right. And
my bad, T Wriggles. Go ahead. You was cooking too, T Wriggles.
Yeah, T is cooking. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Go ahead, T.
No. This is and then the event that just happened in Boston, right? And I looked at the video and I saw the flashing thing going across the sky and all of this. But this is all video. But then I speak to the people about, when we're speaking about flat earth and whatever the hell the conversation is, right? And I'll say, hey, have you seen a meteorite with your own two eyes hit the ground? Have you ever seen that? And everyone were like, no. Well, of course, you can't really say you have because nothing can break the barrier and blah, 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 blah. So the more that people investigate for yourself in every topic, you'll learn the truth about things. And this is why I love the platform and I love Flat Power all day long.
And it's amazing because it's like people will say, but the Bible talked about giants. Okay, giants were real. We telling you to prove petrified giants. You see what I'm saying? These people will play on folks' religious emotions. Yeah, because the Bible did say giant, Sanchez, you are aging. I'm like, bro, I believe giants are real too. Why they got to be the size of mountains? And why did they got to go be all frozen in time? You feel me? It's so many people telling you these statues are a group of giants called the Watchers that fell from heaven and they got solidified.
I see giants in the NBA and in the offensive line.
Right.
All the time. And for two, Sanchez, you killing with the pick. Okay, we know it's polar opposites. It's up, down, it's big, small. But we got pygmies. We got people that they call midgets. So we know it's tall people, the extra tall people might be 10 feet. We know that. That do exist. Right. But to the fact that you say, well, how they gonna feed themselves with giant apples and stuff, that's a problem. That's like we saying it's people that are not even an inch big and they got a whole body system, they having babies, and we seeing tiny people. Just real tiny people. Littler than the pygmies and littler than the midgets. We got midgets and we got pygmies and we got tall people. The same difference. Like, stop with all this extra shit, dog.
And you know what else I'm learning?
They in the NBA and in the offensive line.
So look,
they tall and big.
Watch this, right? You know that they saying that the Himalayan mountain is a giant That's why it's called Himalayan, because him is a laying down. Him a laying.
What?
No.
Yeah,
Nigga, listen,
yeah.
bro. It is a popular theory on TikTok, Facebook. Let me tell you, TikTok fucking up the conscious community. And I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Most of these folks are like vertical video learners. And it's a bunch of just fake, like, bull. People they don't think. Now, yeah, they said that the Himalayan mountains is a giant. That is a big, you see all of this is like saying that the Himalayan mountains is a giant. Let me pull it up for y'all. I'm supposed to be pulling that up. Let me see. Here it is, petrified giants. And then what they say is the reason it's called a Himalayan is because him is laying down. Oh my fucking God, man. You can't be serious. You can't be serious, bro. And they literally call it the Himalayan.
Him laying down.
He's laying
Wow, that's
down.
crazy.
You don't see it? Man, the Pareidolia effect got people going crazy, bro. And it ain't that the Pareidolia effect means you're crazy. What makes you crazy is when you don't know that your mind does this naturally and you fall for the illusion of your own fucking mind. And people can play with you and sell you shit and have you buying books and all this shit, like using a common effect.
But that's just like how you've been saying, like people don't know how their brain work, and we're in an environment where we got carpenter's view. All we see is triangles, rectangles, and you know what I'm saying? That's all we see. So it's an experiment called the Iron's Window. The Iron's Window, right? People in the jungle, when they show the Iron's Window, when we look at it, it look like like we can't see that it's moving in a circle. It look like it's not moving. But people from like in the jungle and the villages that build houses in different shapes, they don't have carpenter's view like us, and they can see the illusion because they're in a different environment from us. The environment that we're in, we have carpenter's view, so we used to see in a certain thing, and that makes the parabola effect happen more on us because we have carpenter's view. But see, they can't go that deep like us.
Wild. So this is wild. The girl laying down like, oh yeah, for real.
Yeah, then when you point up facts and logic, they act like babies, like the dude I'm talking to in the chat. You don't think, Sanchez, little children. All we want y'all to do is think. Because for me to look at an object and say what I see, that don't require thinking. That's just naming shapes and shit. Like that's saying, okay, I took a shit this morning and it's shaped like a cheetah. I had a turd that's shaped like a cheetah in mid-stride running with his hind legs back. You know what? What if my shit was cheetah-fied and it's a process that turns cheetahs into shit? Listen, man, you're not thinking. It don't require no thinking to look at something that's shaped like something and say, it's that. That's literally the opposite of thinking. I'm making you question your claim, which would be thinking, and you don't want to think. You want to accuse me of not thinking.
I'm just trying to figure out why my man didn't show us one scientific experiment. If he doing all this research, if we research on certain things that you know, like spiritual shit, but when you do research on certain things, you show experiments. You show actual research, Sanchez. The man ain't show us one research or no type of experiment or nothing. Just pictures. All we looking at is pictures and guessing shit. You ain't show us one science. You ain't show us one scientist. You ain't show us one scientific experiment. Nothing. Not one.
Another
but
thing,
you say you've been doing this for years, though.
Another thing they'll do too, which is all motherfucking agents do this. They go to reaching when they don't have evidence. What about petrified trees? What about them? You can't prove petrified giants. What the fuck that got to do with a petrified tree? Because I'm such a chess player, Retton. Watch this, Retton. Watch this. I'm such a chess player. This is what I do to him. Watch this checkmate. I'll say, guess what? I believe in petrified trees. I just don't believe in your petrified giants. Let's prove yours. Fuck the trees. See, now we ain't got no deflection. Because now I'm saying, see how easy that is? Even if I don't believe in petrified trees, I
Right.
would do that just to take that away from you and make you
Yeah,
stand
take
on
that away
your
from 'em,
own.
right.
You got to prove what you said. And we ain't talking about because guess what? I didn't say wood can't petrify. I said human biology, flesh and blood, can't get frozen as a local stone that's by it in less than a second. Because it got to be less than a second. It don't have the time to react and say, oh, shit, none of that.
Exactly. Think common sense. Let you know that.
Quit reaching for everybody else shit and prove yours. That's what deceivers do. That's what agents do. We ain't talking about that. We talking about your claim. And when you used to interrogating liars a lot, you know all they tactics. That's why I can shoot it all down like this. Flat power. For real. I know everything your mind gonna try. That you not a good chess player if you don't know. Like, if you play a person in chess for a long time and you ain't picked up on their patterns, what the fuck you doing?
There you go. There you go. Hey, guess what? And you ain't even gotta know them that long. You already know what they're gonna do before they do it.
Yeah.
Because it's typical. You done that means you experience. That shows your experience. Like, watch she do that. Watch she do this right here now. Watch. I'm gonna say this and watch she do this, and it happen every time. That shows your experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the list of petrified mountains. Y'all, they got dragons. Look, they got a cat laying down in the mountain, y'all. A cat.
Oh, you got to fucking show that what we got, bro. So now they got giant cats the size of mountains, but it ain't where the rest of his family at. Should be other giant cat mountains.
It should be, but only see one cat.
Oh my
down.
fuck. These people, bro. You know what? They said you can't save everybody, Sanchez. Then why do I get this feeling like I know I can't? I should be able to say, fuck them folks. Let them believe that dumb shit. Let me do me. Why it's making me feel this way. But it gets me worked up.
Look, bro. And this is where I'm laying. This is why I'm understanding too. You know, like you just said. Listen, I want to save everybody too. I want everybody to be up on game. But indoctrination is something so fierce and something so vicious. I'm not going to waste my energy and time on that. You know, it's either that you can be open-minded and know and make that shift. If you can't, okay, it's all right. It's not. Listen, no problem with me. Look, I'm not going to lose sleep trying
Sanchez
to
giving them
explain
an out
something.
though. You gave them an out, Sanchez, when you say something had to happen where they just froze instantly. You see what I'm saying? Like where it had to be some type of technology where it froze that person right then. Because they can't just, it ain't gonna just happen gradually. It had to be some type of technology that froze them instantly. You gave them that out, and they still won't peep that. Well, what type of technology you to freeze them instantly at a second, 1 minute? What you say, 1 minute? That had them freeze in time, their whole body just be preserved.
And it's so much it's so much working against it because in the case of Pareidolia, the objects aren't defined, they're abstract. Like, for example, let me give you something real quick. I'm glad you brought this stuff up. We finna go deep and we're gonna take our time. Check this out. If you find a face in the clouds, right, you will see a face, but it'll look kind of distorted because it ain't really a face. It's your mind making it a face, if you know what I mean. Let's pull this up. This is a good one. Let's say you look at this and you like, man, that's a face in the clouds. You will have to say, well, yeah, there were humans that had puffy biology and they got petrified that way. My point that I'm saying is like, when you take this Pareidolia effect to stones, instead of them saying that the human face is just distorted because it's Pareidolia, they say, well, it's a non-human giant. It's a lizard giant or a troll type giant. They got to make all these different creatures up out of their ass. And they think that's research and facts. That's making shit up to support your damn claim that you don't have evidence for. Because if you show me a stone and you say, well, that's a human face, and I say, but the head looked weird, like on that rock like that. Well, there were humans with long skulls too. So we got these big ass giants that's half monkey, half lizard, half just long skull, half just the shit look like a weird human. And this, well, yeah, you know, back in the day, it was just weird creatures walking the earth that was huge. Where they family at? It was just one of them in every land that got frozen, because they used Pompeii to explain this. But in Pompeii, you had an entire city of people frozen, not just one goddamn big ass motherfucker in the middle of nowhere by itself. Shout out to K-Set Raps. Hey bro, why don't you run all the pics through that website? They saying that are petrified giants to see if they are fact or not. Well, the scientists are saying it's the Pareidolia effect, and that actually what makes my job hard, because people are saying Sanchez an agent, he'll agree with the scientists now when the Bible talk about this. People are saying the Bible said flat earth and the Bible said giant, so why would one be right and the other one? You see what I'm saying, y'all? You showing them that science said their picture is just the Pareidolia effect is just gonna give them more proof. Because they're gonna say, why you think they saying that? Because they hiding petrified giants. I already did this, bro. Like, that's what's frustrating. I've did this. And I'm telling y'all one thing that you gotta realize, because it's frustrating. You can't do nothing. They're just lost. If they don't have the ego to admit it's the Pareidolia effect, you can't save them. You can't. Just think about that. If someone believed his face in the cloud was a real human, and I'm trying to teach them about the Pareidolia effect and they rejecting it, how can I save them, y'all? This is one of them situations we gotta realize it ain't a lack of what we doing here. It's a lack of what they're doing, which is being honest with themselves.
I see that all the time, man. When you telling them something, they be like, "Oh, you taking information from a book? You think the internet telling the etymology that mean it real? Like, bro, you not even looking at nothing. I'm gonna ask you two questions, and I bet you don't know what it is. So stop trying to tell me what I think it is, and I don't look for it. I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't try to tell me I'm using I went to a book. Everything in the book don't mean it's true, or everything in the dictionary don't mean it's true. And okay, I understand that, but what do you know? Because obviously, right now, you don't know nothing. You just a believer.
But I'm telling them like, bro, we can prove giants.
Exactly.
I'm not telling them giant. I'm saying when we prove giants, we also gonna prove that the giants lived in advanced civilizations and they wore suits, they wore fancy garbs and top hats. Y'all are finding fucking mythological creatures as continent shapes. We are literally, as Tartarian research is leading us to the real giants. They looked at just like us. They weren't no fucking trolls and reptiles and elongated heads. They was just big humans. And when the Bible talk about giants, the Bible talks about big humans, but the shit you finding, you got to turn it into all these humanoids because it's distorted due to the Pareidolia effect you don't want to admit.
Exactly. And they supernatural too. The ones he found, the giants he talking about in the mountains, they got powers.
We
Not
don't
the
like
regular giants, the humans that worked and everything everything everybody else did.
when people try to say, well, Sanchez now going against the Bible. I'm proving the Bible was right about giants with my information here with Tartaria. I'm also proving the Bible was right that ancient people were smart. The Bible didn't say, listen, let me tell you something. Christians will tell you that they was riding in chariots during Jesus' time. Niggas was making slingshots. They had cannons, all this stuff. Now watch this. If you keep going all the way back, you get the Adam and Eve and all that. Now Christians will look around. Remember now, the story of Genesis is 10,000 years old. We will look around at objects that's dated to 50,000 years old, and they would have Victorian style architecture. You can go back and see shit 20,000. You got castles that's older than the book of Genesis. And you telling me that Adam and Eve came to the earth after that castle was built? Some not adding up. So you got Christians that are open up the Bible to prove giants, but they don't want to deal with the history of the Bible itself, meaning that the book y'all got today is no older than 10,000 years old. You got the King James version of the Bible. You want to believe it literally, but you don't see that the Bible is also saying humans were dumb. If God created Adam and Eve, he didn't. When does it say in Genesis that God made them like dumbass cavemen and they was living in caves with no knowledge? But you will have Christians that will deny advanced civilizations and say that's just petrified giants. And those buildings ain't that old. If you show the Mudfossil people these Tartarian structures, they'll say that stuff ain't that old. But they'll tell you this petrified giant is old as hell, and he was a real human. What are they trying to hide? That there was an advanced civilizations before us that was deleted, and they built megalithic structures that wouldn't have made sense for a regular sized human. They rather you think about giants as big ass continents and all that, and they rather use the Pareidolia effect on you. Because if we go back and prove the real giants that the Bible talked about, you will also prove that them giants wasn't dumb. According to history, if there were giants, they would have been back so long ago that they would have been primitive humans. They would have been. That's why we call the dumb giant theory. You ever seen in all the movies they got the giant like this dumbass creature? They telling you if you go back to the time of giants, they stupid. What they really want to keep you believing is that the further back you go, humans are dumb and they're not advanced. They don't care if you believe in giants or not, long as you think the giant was dumb. So when I show you this statue right here, they rather you think that that's a frozen dumbass giant rather than this is proof that ancient people existed and they were very advanced during the time when historians say they shouldn't have been. They don't want that heat on them. They rather everybody talk about petrified giants that's frozen into the same type of stone in the damn area. And just to think that that community is million strong and these folks will laugh at flat earth but tell you this is a giant frozen in time. And you telling me that shit ain't a damn psyop, nigga? Like, I know what's going on in this spiritual warfare, but I'm not in this position for no reason. It's not ego. Y'all put me here to expose psyops. Then when I expose your fucking psyop that you thought was real, Sanchez, you an agent now. I got plenty more psyops I'm gonna show you. And some of the people that's following me, they think they woke, until you keep following me down this rabbit hole, everybody ain't gonna make it to the end. Some of y'all gonna fall off and say, man, he turned into an agent. No, bro, this rabbit hole goes deep. It's psyops being ran. It's a spiritual war out there on ancient advanced civilizations. If you don't know what they trying to hide, you won't know what the fuck you falling for.
That's why I say you moving at hyperspeed. Because some of them will come on the show and they'll start talking about outdated shit. And then realize we way past that. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Just like when you was on the FDA show, they was talking about stuff we already know.
Yeah.
And you was telling them, yo, bro, listen, we know all that already. We trying to move forward.
Yeah.
They just behind, Sanchez. That's what I'm saying. They way behind.
Look,
So while we
Sanchez.
still working out, they taking days off. We doing push-ups every day. Every day we doing 1,000 push-ups.
Then guess what else they'll do? They'll say, if it ain't a frozen giant, they'll walk up to it, and the first thing out the archaeologist's mouth, humans couldn't have built this. Considering some sort of aliens visited Earth. These are people with degrees from the best colleges. We're talking Harvard, Yale. They're finding stones in the jungle, and this is the kind of shit they come out of their mouth because they don't want to say, we lied about everything, man. We here to advance ancient civilizations.
Look, bro. If people aren't aware, like you've been saying before, and it took me a while to really, the Dogon breakdown, that blew the top off of everything. If people aren't aware of academia racism, I don't know what else to tell you at this point. Like if people aren't understanding, all of these hidden so-called mysteries, I don't think anything's a mystery. I think everything can be explained, but they're doing a good job to make sure that we can't get these explanations. And this right here alone, what you got on the screen, this whole statue, you don't even have to talk about it. You can just say, look at this. And if this statue doesn't speak to people, look, I don't know what else to tell you.
But see, it does. They see a frozen giant and they can't unsee it. See, the news do this to us too, T. I learned this. If you watch the fucking news on mute, you will see totally different shit. Like, let's say there's a war happening and you see American troops on the ground doing their thing. Watch all the action on mute. Fuck, don't let the reporter tell you what the hell you seeing. Just play the shit on mute and watch it, and it'll look barbaric. It'll look like, what the fuck are we even doing here? Why are we messing with Then you unmute it, and it'll be like, America is sending aid over here to these countries that are in need from their terrible leaders. And then you mute the shit, and it's like, bitch, our leader's terrible. We being oppressed. They take away. See, watch that shit on mute. It's like, these folks will show you this statue and say what you're looking at is a petrified giant when they have no proof of that. They mind fucking you. Because now you can't unsee a frozen giant. You can't unsee it now, and you don't want to question the initial thing you've accepted. Because your ego now, once we accept something, it's hard to say, well, I was wrong.
I'm taking the Abraham shit. That's a petrified Abraham. The statue of Abraham is a petrified giant too. That's what I'm taking for now on in my debates with them. I got something for the
You know what else you can tell them? That the 4 megalithic statues in Egypt that's in the mountain.
No, Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore is petrified giants.
Right.
They got their head right. The Mount Rushmore, right? Put up Mount Rushmore. That's their head, right?
That's petrified giants.
See, now we're gonna be immature like them.
Right.
That's exactly what they're doing, Sanchez. You calling them out. Damn, but I'm glad I know you, boy. You are fucking. Were you dangerous, boy?
Yeah.
You dangerous, boy, and you a tacticianist. You very calculated about how you do shit, dog.
But and when I'm crazy and not on no ego shit, I'm thorough too. Every little troll in the chat that come with some rebuttal argument, I'm embarrass them because I'm gonna respond to it. I ain't gonna let you type in my chat, debate me, cause you scared to click the link. I'm gonna drop the link now. And guess what they said? The picture I showed is fake. You ain't got to do nothing, right? But go and check this shit. I'm doing it now. I'm gonna do it in real time. We finna find out if it's fake or not. All of us. I ain't scared of this shit. This 11 meter, 36 foot stone statue known as Apennine Colossus was created. Thank you. How that's fake? What did I say when I debated that man? I said that's a real statue, not no petrified giant. You know what's crazy?
You asked him if it's a statue or not. You gave him an out.
Right.
I know. Brother.
So how is it fake? It's everything I said it was a stone statue that was created long time ago. And the crazy thing about it, this statue was created before 1776. That's when America was founded. That means the Pilgrims, the oppressor, didn't carve it. You know who did? Vikings did. The Vikings carved this. The Pilgrim didn't. And guess what? This shows that there was an advanced stone civilization of white people in America, or wherever the fuck this was, before the Pilgrims showed up. And the Pilgrims don't want y'all to know that. They rather make you think it's a petrified giant. Guess who controlled the narrative? Guess who controlled the media? When some popular, you need to question it more. And the petrified giant shit just taking off overnight, I knew it was something to it, because I'm like, how is this shit so popular? It's stupid. You can easily debunk it. The questions I'm asking, people don't ask questions like, why is all of these giants frozen and turned into the same stone in the area? Stuff like that. But People will even say, well, it's fake. Now it's fake, but y'all was just using it as a petrified giant. Is it a fake photo or a petrified giant? Because if it's a fake photo, then it debunks you too.
Judge a man by his questions rather than his answers. And you always ask great questions, bro. Just like how you asked the question about the media. If the planetary deficit is here, why they ain't saw that shit coming in our atmosphere? Stop, man.
Hey, that part, Redden.
You know, no, let me drop a bomb for the panel though, man. Like,
They better stop playing with you, Sanchez, for real. You asking the right questions, dog.
Hey, is there a snake in the rock underneath the man's hand? Is that a snake?
People seeing shit. They see everything but what they supposed to see. Now, what they supposed to see is evidence of an advanced civilization, but a motherfucker be like, Sanchez, you see that dragon by his foot? Look at the rock real hard. You see this little piece right here? Look at, you see that little bitty vague little, and they'll find and they'll find another Pareidolia effect to distract with. You don't see that? Right there, fuck the giant. Let's look at this part of the rock. That's a dragon, right there. Look, it can be some right here. You see where my mouse at?
Yeah.
Some over here. And they'll find some shit that ain't there first looking what is there. What's debunking what they telling us.
Exactly.
It's like, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you call it out.
I want Mudfossil University ain't gonna debate me. Put it out there, y'all. Put the word out there. If you be in they comments and all that, put debate Sanchez.
Who is Buddy?
Guess what, bro? I've emailed Mudfossil University several times for debates, and he won't respond to it because let me not name call or nothing because he definitely ain't gonna debate me then. Let me be respectful. Shout out to Mudfossil University, man. Shout out to Mudfossil University, man.
Hey, who was Buddy tonight though? Like how you came across him?
He's because on Facebook, bro, I'm battling these folks on Facebook. And when they comment, I just go to their profile and they inbox and say, hey, do you want to come on for a debate? I'm gonna be having other ones on. He ain't the only one. They be deep. But I give it to him. He was the only one to say, for sure, nigga, let's do it.
He didn't know what he was getting himself into.
Nah, he didn't know.
Yes, he did. I told him, look, man, I'm going to be a skeptic and I'm going to interview you and I'm not going to ask no easy questions because I'm a skeptic. And the minute I went to the Pareidolia effect, he started tripping. And I'm like, I told you it wasn't going to be easy questions.
Did he know who you was?
No, he didn't.
Nah, he just finding out about me. But
yeah, that's all I'm trying to tell you. He didn't know who you was. He thought he was doing something like, you said you could be asking me about giants. No, I said I'm asking you questions, nigga. He thought it was a game. He didn't know he was running into a goddamn a living legend.
I like him for real though. I ain't gonna even cap. I like him though. I'm gonna probably have to reach back to him but at the same time, just cause I like a person, that don't mean they good for our broadcast either. I don't want to shortchange my viewers. If we can get
you did great, Sanchez.
Yeah, because if we can get a mature Mudfossil researcher that's just straight up gonna deal with the Pareidolia effect and not be scared of that, that'll be way better though than him, because he's just scared of that, man.
And you know what I'm noticing too, bro, right? That nobody really wants to debate you because you're very well known around. And someone doesn't want you to get this big spotlight because you're going to be able to change so many minds, with just your words and how you look at the
Sanchez, not to cut your wisdom. Sanchez showed that it's levels, you know what I'm saying? That's all it was. He just showed them it's levels to this. You get what I'm saying? Like, okay, you say you do what you do, but what can you prove? And you can't do it. Right now he's studying right now. He realized, dang, he learned something that I promise you he did. I promise you he learned something tonight. Because he didn't want to deal with what you were talking about, because he didn't know nothing about that.
Look, Redden, bro. Look, I learned something every night I listen. I didn't know about this Pareidolia something effect. I didn't know that. Like, I'm learning something every day. And look, that's the danger. And that's the
And
threat.
you a real man. You a real man for admitting that, T. Wriggles.
But that's the threat of bro, right?
Yeah,
Because it's so
it is a
factual.
threat. It's a
Do you know what I'm
double-edged
saying? And
sword,
it's
bro. It's a double-edged
breaking.
sword, man. Trust me.
Look, and it's breaking all narratives, all lies that were spoken. He's breaking, and this is why I have a really strong feeling that they don't want you in this spotlight. But I'm gonna tell you what, bro. I'm gonna have something for that later on for you. No,
Hey, I appreciate y'all too for
They
tuning
can't handle
in
the
with this
pushback,
one.
man. That's all it is. All Sanchez doing is giving you pushback. You should be able to handle. If you a professional at something, that's like right now when Sanchez been on my man's show. What's that dude name show you been on, Sanchez? That dude show
I've
you
been
been on
so many.
the dude with the Down syndrome look like he a Down, the black dude. You
Who
came
got
on his
Down
show.
syndrome? Who got
That
Down
black
syndrome?
dude that like Down syndrome, he asked you questions, you been on his show. It's like you got to be able to handle that shit when you get asked questions. You see what I'm saying? They don't want you. They know you. Just like T. Brickle said, you are a threat. I'm not gonna lie, you are a threat, man, because you really wake up minds and be like, question shit. Like, hold on, man, this some bullshit.
Right.
This shit ain't real. You see what I'm saying?
And you'll be surprised, like a lot of people too, out of all the damn cult followers, it is a few people on them posts. I gotta give them some love. It all hope ain't lost. It was some people that was like, just when I wanted to believe in petrified giants, damn Sanchez, you hell. Like I got comments like that. I got people like, well, I guess I got to re-question my thing. But those aren't as much as, you know, people with ego. They ain't gonna see, you know what I'm saying? But we do. I got to remind myself, I do it for them little bitty small amount of people right there.
Exactly.
And just for the record, right, bro, and Retton, I want everyone to know, everyone listening, listen, this is not a cult here, okay? Because we stand on truth and truth only, nothing else. This is not a cult at all. To be a truth seeker and a truth teller, man, that's a God-given gift, and you will be anointed even more if you are breaking
You gotta
more
say that.
of the narrative lies
All you
that
gotta do is let, like you said earlier, T. Riggers, remember? All you gotta do is let a person talk.
let
If
them
this
talk.
is a
Yeah.
quote, let
Oh yeah.
Sanchez talk, you will hear it. Ain't nothing quote about what he's talking about. The man really is prying through the bullshit and
Mm-hmm.
sifting through it and get to it. Like, let's get through the meat. Let's get to it.
Yeah,
He
let's
gave
get
the
to the
man
meat.
on panels, FDA, the man the best representative for FDA. I'm surprised FDA ain't call you guys and say, man, we need Sanchez to represent us.
Look, that's the
The
issue.
man
I
represented
would.
Man,
I
FDA so good
would,
the other
man.
night. I was like,
I
damn,
would.
I might gotta
Bro,
goddamn be
let me tell
FDA. What
you
the fuck?
something. If anybody from FBA hit me up and was like, look, man, we just want you to show up at places and speak whenever we need you there. Hell yeah, nigga. That easy.
Yeah,
That
I swear to God, the way you did that the other night, bro, you are the
shit, nigga.
representative.
Easy.
But you
this is what
they
I'm
been trying to
saying.
put you in the press. Oh yeah, who the leader, bro? You
Brent,
need to post that show again. You did great. You did amazing on that show, bro. That helped me get through because you know my son graduated, I had to ride, and that ride that got me through. I'm like, bro, Sanchez, bro, your growth, bro. We the same age, but your
yeah,
growth,
yeah,
yo, I gotta commend you for that shit, bro. You grow a lot, bro.
yeah,
You
yeah.
steady growing,
Because
bro.
old girl Nietzsche was trying to
They
go on
was
his
trying. They
edge.
was trying to tickle you so much, man. I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know about this. Ask you the same question over. You was like, yo, look, we understand, yo, bro. Everything you did, you gotta do a recap. You gotta recap that show and just do a what you call it, a thing on that.
oh,
Let
a
me
breakdown.
ask
But I tell you
it.
this much. I tell you
I
this
w-
much. This is
I
what
ain't mean to
broke.
change the subject. My bad.
No. I
no.
love the subject because this is what broke the whole thing with all those ladies, right? When bro said, listen, this is the only thing we have that will unify everyone. And if anyone has a problem with that, now you're a problem. You're the enemy to me. And that when you said
And
that,
he said
bro,
he divisive. I'm like
yeah,
Sanchez.
right. I
I'm
said,
divisive
man,
too.
brilliant.
I'm looking for all the bull stuff and something. And Sanchez like, I'm looking for the bullshit in it. But guess what? I had to agree with what this the amalgamation of the whole as a collective, and he right.
You're right.
Yeah, these are facts, man. And I'm gonna say this to the chat room. We've been going a minute. This the second stream of the day. If you guys wanted to extend the stream, I ain't gonna lie because I got to get up out of here. But I did have a donation goal set. I don't know if the goal ended. So, but salutes to everyone that supported the goal. I'm gonna go ahead and end this one. Peace and much love to the panel and to everybody in the chat room as well. I got to get out of here real quick.
Yeah, great stream today. Great stream, man.
Man,
Thank you,
hey y'all, I appreciate y'all too, man. Look, be on the lookout. We gon' if y'all find some mud fossil people, if I need y'all help, man. If you got a Facebook channel, share some of this stuff. I can make some collages and put them on YouTube and places. Save them, and you share them on your wall too. Because what happens is, if your Facebook monetize, I mean, the more these get shared and all that, we can all just, you know, run it up and promote each other. Because this is our narrative, and when it got to spread, just like these communities grow because one dude get out there with a bunch of pictures and he share them with a bunch of more people and tell them, hey, this is a petrified giant. They share them, hey, this is a petrified giant. Hey, but these folks, what I found out, none of them talk about the Pareidolia effect. And when they come up, they act weird. And I put it together, it's because the petrified giant psyop is actually the Pareidolia effect covered up under. You're looking at a petrified giant versus teaching people how to fuck their mind work. That's the victim part of it. Like, you're literally, damn, that's crazy. And it's sad because if a person don't know how their own mind work, I can't help them. If they stubborn and be like, it ain't the Pareidolia effect. That is a giant right there in that stone mountain. I'm like, bro, damn, it's just sad to me, bro. But let me not keep talking about it. I'm passionate about this shit. But hey, I don't give a fuck. If they want to be dumb, let them be dumb. Shout out to So Addict for the donation. Who want to send another clutch super chat or cash app is $BROSANCHEZTV. Salutes to So Addict. If you're watching on a replay, if you find value in the content, $BROSANCHEZTV, you can hit the thank you button. Or if you just don't want to send a monetary donation, guess what? You can hit the hype button, the like button, share button for free. And that right there will be much appreciated as well. Appreciate all of y'all. See y'all on the next one.